podcast, the highlight of Friday nights. Hope everyone's enjoying a fantastic day. I am your host, Sports PSP. With me, the fantastic panel. I got my man all the way from Madison, Georgia. He is Mr. Atlanta. He is an Atlanta Hawks, Atlanta Braves, Atlanta Falcons, Georgia Bulldogs, one half of a Georgia Bulldogs fan, the one and only Mr. Flair himself, BRF Sports. How you doing, man?
Because I bring it real often. Good. I cannot complain. Life is good. Always a pleasure to get on here and talk with you guys. Life is good. Work's going good. Had a crazy day today, but that's a conversation for another day. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on in sports, in the real world. I'm ready to delve into it. I'm ready to do my thing with two of my favorite people on this earth. So it's always a pleasure, man. How y'all brothers living?
We doing
Good.
good. Just trying to hang in there as much as possible. And of course, we cannot do the Sports PSP podcast without my main man, although he a little bit blurry right now with the lighting, but it's all good. He is the four-time college degree champion. He is our military man and veteran. He is the Al Roker of journalism. He is the young Charles Barkley. He, of course, is rocking the Eric Cartman hat. He is the Black Peter Griffin. He is the epitome of Southern hospitality. He is Mama Champ's number one favorite son. He is the big fella. He is an extraordinaire, a computer tech, genius, sports sports genius. He's all that and then some. And unfortunately, if there's one thing he and Jason Whitlock have in common, their love for Joy Taylor and that peanut butter skin. Besides that, nothing else. The one and only, the big fella, undisputed world champ. How you doing, man?
I'm done. I'm done. I am done right now. I am done. I'm
Oh.
through. I'm through. Good God. That was a I can't even talk. I can't
Oh
even talk
boy.
right about that.
Oh,
That is
hold on.
that is
I'll be back. I gotta reset the video on that one. Hold on. Give me a few. I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Yeah. No, for real. Hold on. I'll be back.
How you
good
doing, big
God.
fella?
I'm good.
You
I'm
didn't think
good,
I
man.
you didn't think
I'm
I
good.
was gonna bring that up, would you? Huh?
No, I really didn't. But yeah, every day above ground is a good day, man. Every day above ground is a good day. So read into that what you will. Glad to see that everybody went out there and did their civic duties. And we'll
Yes,
leave it
they
at that.
did. They
Y'all did.
voted.
Hey, y'all did y'all job. we'll leave it at that. Everybody did their job. So keep up the good work. In the great words of New Jack, keep up the good work, baby.
Absolutely. Like I said, man, just vote. No matter who you vote for, please, people, just vote. Make sure you exercise your right to vote. Make sure your voices is heard. Make sure you do exactly what you are supposed to do. Um, Before we start off talking, discussing, of course, what we normally do on the Sports PSP pod. On a serious note, our football stuff. Tragedy transpired today. Marshawn Nealand, the defensive end of the Dallas Cowboys, passed away at the age of 24 um, due to suicide. I'm just reading an article right here by the Dallas Morning News by Calvin Watkins, Jamie Landers, and Alyssa Gore Jensen. Days after scoring his first NFL touchdown, Dallas Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealand died by suicide near the team's facility Thursday following a police chase in Frisco. According to authorities, Marshawn Nealand was only 24 years old. Nealand's great uncle, Preston Nealand, confirmed the news when reached by phone Thursday morning, telling the Dallas Morning News his nephew, quote, was an outstanding young man. He was the gentle giant, Preston said of the 6'3", 275-pound defender. He was just an outstanding dude, and we loved him very much. It also says here the police chase started shortly after 10:30 p.m. Wednesday when troopers with the Texas Department of Public Safety attempted to stop a vehicle for a traffic violation in the northbound lanes of the Dallas North Tollway near Keller Springs Boulevard, Frisco, police said. The driver, identified by officials as Nealon, refused to stop, police said. In the midst of the chase that ensued, troopers reportedly lost sight of his vehicle. And according to Jerry Minton, who is a spokesman for the Plano Police Department, Plano officers responded about 11:30 p.m. to a, quote, welfare concern at Nealon's luxury apartment complex in the 6,000 block of Columbus Avenue. However, no one was home. There's a release statement. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and a member of the organization. This is a statement from the Dallas Cowboys. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family. The Nealon family released a statement saying they are, quote, processing the depth of our grief, and noted that although Nealon was best known for the mark he was making on the football field, he was also a devoted son, brother, uncle, grandson, and friend. He was kind, determined, humble, and full of love. The statement read, his light shone brightly in every life he touched, and his spirit will continue to live on through the countless hearts he inspired. During this difficult time, we ask for privacy as we come together as a family to honor and remember Marshawn's life and legacy. The street outside the apartment where Nealon had lived since last September was calm Thursday morning as officers walked by the building located near Legacy West and a corporate office for JP Morgan Chase. When asked, many residents leaving their homes for morning runs and to walk their dogs said they weren't aware Nealon lived there. So, man, and also more information besides tire tracks in the grass and a throng of TV reporters set up in a nearby parking lot. Lil was left at the scene late Thursday morning. Less than a mile away at the Star, the Cowboys headquarters, a jumbotron displayed Nealon's photo and a statement the team had issued regarding his death. Statement I just read earlier. Champ, I was astounded when I heard the news. I hope it's a life lesson to all of us that, number one, in the words of the late, great Robin Williams, everyone you meet is battling something you know nothing about. Be kind, always. And what it really taught me a valuable lesson, champ, no matter what, even if Marshawn Nealon was a player, not just for any franchise, NFL franchise, the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. At the end of the day, his life at the age of 24, and it tells you that, you know what, no matter what you have, no matter if you make money, millions of dollars, no matter if you play for the Dallas Cowboys, no matter if you have a lot of great things that a lot of us would love to have, still, nevertheless, you are human. You are human. You're going to go through obstacles and problems just like everybody else. And also, too, just because regardless of someone's financial circumstances or whatever they have, does not mean you should discount or disregard that person. Sure, they may not have the same types of problems as someone who has a mental or physical disability, or someone who suffered a catastrophic injury during the military or anything like that. That doesn't mean you should discount what they've gone through, because you don't know what's going through their mind. Look, I don't really feel comfortable sharing this experience, but I can relate because 15 years ago, yes, I thought about taking out my own life. In all seriousness, yes, I really did thought about taking out my own life. I felt like at that particular time in my life, I was 17 years old. I felt like if I was dead, my problems would just go away. Fortunately, I was able to talk to family, Mama PSP, family members, friends, for me to get the help that I need in order for me to keep on living. So I don't know what Marshawn Nealon was going through, but he was dealing with something that it was enough in order for him to take out his own life at the age of 24. It's devastating. It's sad. Hearts and prayers can goes to his family and his friends. And if you're going through something, no matter what it was, no matter what it is, make sure you get the help you need. There's nothing wrong talking to a family member, friend, going to therapy, making sure you need the help and support that you need. Because, like Robin Williams once said, everyone that you meet is battling something you know nothing about. Be kind always.
Mm.
And if you're going through, and if you're having thoughts of suicide or anything like that, please get some help. Because trust me, the last thing a family member or a friend wants to hear is someone that they love and respect take out their own life. So, hearts and condolences go to Marshawn Nealon and his family. It's a really devastating day. It's really shocking. It just lets you know that not just because you have money, you have fame, everything, that doesn't always mean it's all good. You going through something. And remember, and another example. Do you guys remember the guy who was on the Ellen DeGeneres show? Remember Twist
Yeah,
Story?
yeah,
And remember what happened to him?
Yeah, I forget the guy's name. His name was Twist.
Yes.
Twist, I think.
Yes. He
Yeah.
took out his own life. And it was shocking and devastating to hear because he was always dancing, he was always smiling. You know, he gave us the perception that it's all good, everything's good. But deep down inside, he was dealing with something that unfortunately he took out his own life. So, like I said, like Robin Williams said it best, everyone that you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind. Just because BRF, Undisputed World Champ, myself, we do a pod every week. And even though we all love joking, we all love talking sports, deep down inside, we're going through some problems. And we don't want to admit it or not, but we dealing with a lot of issues, just like everybody else. Family issues, personal issues, financial issues, whatever it is, we're dealing with a lot of problems. So hearts and prayers just go to the Nealon family. If you're really going through thoughts of suicide, I would know because I've thought about suicide myself. I thought about taking out my own life. Please get the help that you need. Just please get the help that you need. Talk to a family member, talk to a friend, talk to somebody because your life, whether you want to believe it or not, is more valuable than you actually give it credit for. I got more to say, but BRF or Champ, anything y'all want to add?
mm,
I'll take the lead on this one because I'm going to be short. Look, I know what you said, PSP, but I will go a step further. And I'm going to look into the camera and I say this. Check on your damn people. Be more proactive than reactive. Check on your damn people. Don't just be calling somebody just to ask for something because you need to borrow some money, because you need to borrow this, you need this, you need that. No, check on your damn people. Check on your people. Call them. Check on them. Make sure they good. Make sure they have what they need, regardless of if they got it like that or not. Make sure your people are squared away. Make sure you're being proactive to checking on everybody. I do a weekly check-in on my people. Everybody who know me, I do a weekly check-in. Some folks I talk to every single day. I talk to y'all to every single day. Check on your damn people and make sure they good. Make sure they ain't hiding nothing from you. Even if you have to pry just a little bit, don't pry too much. Even if you have to pry a little bit, hey man, what's up? Because you don't know what's going on. Don't be calling everybody to subtract. What I mean by that, what I mean by subtracting, don't be calling everybody just to borrow money. Don't be calling everybody just when you need something. Don't be calling everybody just because you want some, you need some, or got to have some. Don't be a subtractor or a divider. Be a multiplier and be an addition to somebody. Check on your people. Look after your people and make sure you calling somebody and getting on the phone and stop sitting on your behinds waiting on a phone call to happen. I would rather hear your story than go to your funeral. I'll say that again. I would rather hear your story than go to your funeral. And sometimes I'm gonna just be real. It's not because a lot of times a person can be larger than life and feel like the most invisible person in the world. So make sure that you're being proactive and checking on your people. Don't be lazy. Don't be sitting around here, well, he didn't tell me nothing about it. How about you get off your behind and go check on somebody and go
Mm-hmm.
make sure somebody else, rather than being selfish and thinking about yourself. Check on your people. Mental health is one thing, but when ain't nobody sitting around here checking on you and making sure you good, then guess what? That gives you more motivation to go do something crazy. Check on your damn people and stop being selfish. Stop being self-centered. Stop being so me, me, me. It ain't about your ass all the time. It's about everybody. So check on your people. Make sure you're being proactive. Make sure you conduct yourself with some mannerism, and and make sure that your people are squared away. It ain't always about me, 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 me. And stop showing up to people with your three friends. Give me, lend me, and hand me. Stop showing up with your three friends. Give me some, lend me some, hand me some. Leave them friends at your house. Go over somebody's house, pick up that phone, and check on your people. Because that is why a lot of these unalivings happen every single day, because folks is not being checked on. They don't feel like they belong. They feel invisible. Get off your behinds and check on your people. Mental health is a dangerous thing. But guess what? Think about the things that we could prevent if we picked up that phone and took a proactive approach in everything. And I say check on your people because I check on mine each and every day. There's not a day that goes by I don't pick up that phone right after, before work and after work, checking on each and every last. I do a check in with everybody at least once a week. Check on somebody twice, depending on who you is. Check on your people. Check on your doggone people and stop being so self-centered. Because if you really want to be honest with you, we wouldn't have this problem with a lot of these unalivings if people checked on their folks. Check on your people and look after each other. And stop being selfish or so caught up in your ways and to the point where, well, you know, I had a life too. It ain't always about you. There's people in hospitals right now that I love to have your problems. The dream of equipment. Hey, the dream, look, I once felt sorry for myself for not having no shoes until I seen a man with no legs. Stop feeling sorry for yourselves and check on your people. Because think about what you can prevent if you just check on somebody. If you just can give them some reassurance, give them what they need as far as emotional support. That was a big thing when I was in the, that's a big thing with my family, and it was a big thing in y'all know my background. I was in the military with headquarters platoon. When I was in headquarters platoon, Sergeant Wright was the main person. I always tell you, check on your people. Check on your people and stop being so caught up in the trappings of life. Check on your people because a lot of this stuff is preventable. It's preventable. And you don't want nobody to leave this earth and you didn't do everything you can to make sure that you know that they knew you had their back. Check on your people. Pick up that phone, get in that car, walk up the street, check on your doggone people. And then because if you could be the person that took the initiative in order to make sure somebody is good, if you could be the person that makes sure that that weapon didn't go off, to make sure that they didn't take them pills, to make sure they didn't drive their car somewhere, to make sure that they didn't drink something, it's a split second. And if you can make a difference, and you could be the very difference that made from them backing themselves off of that ledge. Some people are 6 feet from the edge and they think it. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far down, but you could be the person that pull them back. God puts us here for a reason. And one of the reasons is look after your brother, look after your sister. And I'm very serious about that. Check on your people. And just because somebody's a millionaire, that don't mean you pick up that phone every doggone day asking, can I borrow something? How about you borrow a damn job? Now, how about you borrow that? Check on your people. I don't care what you're doing. It don't take but 2 seconds to send a text message. It don't take but 60 seconds to pray for somebody. It don't take but 5 minutes to play with somebody. And it don't take but 2 minutes to hold them on that phone, on one phone, while you call the police on the other phone in order to make sure you get somebody to their house, in order to make sure you get them to the hospital or get them to where they need to be. Let's stop being selfish and being so self-centered. Let's get off this damn internet and act like we got some sense and look after your people. Mental health is a dangerous thing. But if you got somebody that you know in your corner, that could be the difference between life and death. And I hate to sound upset about that, but thing is this. One person can be the difference every single day. One person. One. You don't even necessarily have to be a person that's close to you. It could be a person that's a million miles away that noticed something was wrong with you. And they pick up the phone and they call you. Hey, you all right? Check on your people. Stop being self-centered. Check on your people. Mental health is serious. But if you could be the person that grab a person and just say, hey, I got you, and pull them off that ledge from jumping, that could be the biggest difference. Because you don't want nobody to leave this earth. Think about what you should have done and what you could have done. Check on your people. It ain't got nothing to do with no damn race either. Check on people who close to you and keep them close to the chest and make sure they know that they're loved, they're cared for, and they're appreciated, even if you ain't got nothing but words to deliver to them.
Right. Sure.
People need to stop all of this nonsense where we get so caught up in, well, what am I going to do? How about you get off your behind and check on your people? Because we ain't got no problem. Because the thing is, here's this, and I'm going to end it on this. We ain't got no problem with calling some of our people when we need money, when we need food, when we need a ride, when we going to the club, when we want to go gamble. We ain't got no problem picking up the phone then. But when it's time to check on your people and be there for your people, all of a sudden, we got a problem with that. No. Pick up that phone and call your people other than when you trying to go club hopping, other than when you trying to go gambling, other than when you trying to go out there and have a good time. Call your people and make sure they're good. Because you don't know what could have been the difference between one phone call a day earlier. Hey man, what's going on with you? How you feeling? And the thing about it, that young man just scored his first touchdown. Exhilaration to the max on Monday Night Football
against the Arizona Cardinals, a nationally televised game. And a few days later, we heard the news.
It doesn't get any bigger than that. But for something like that to happen just 3 days after you reach the highest of the highs, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's your people. You got to pay close attention to your people. You got to pay close attention to your people because you don't know what type of battle they're going through. Just check on your people. Make sure that they're loved. Make sure you shower them with love and make sure you shower them with care and make sure that you do not miss a beat when it comes to them. Shower them with the love that they deserve and the adulation. The great words of Kanye West, people never get the flowers while they can still smell them. But guess what? You can make sure that they do while they're alive.
Well said, big fella. BRF, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I do because because we were kind of talking about it a little bit before we went on the air here. Life is probably the most precious commodity we have on earth because it's the only one you get. It's the only one you get, and you have to make the most of it while you're here. You have to understand that things that you may have now can be taken away from you in an instant, and that includes, that includes people who have suicidal thoughts, who aren't happy with themselves, who like the money does not buy happiness. And unfortunately, a guy like Marshawn Nealon is a prime example of that. Being in the NFL, being paid to play a kid's game, and on the highest level, scoring a touchdown on Monday Night Football, like you said, PSP, nationally televised game for America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, against the Arizona Cardinals. There really aren't too many stages in the National Football League bigger than that. And then just 3 days later, we're hearing in the news that you took your own life. That we're talking about, he's sending a text to his family saying that he'd end it all. I mean, it's just the NFL right here can take a real stand to be a advocate for mental health. We get they have the lines, we get they have all that. It we've as a people got to do better, not only for ourselves but for each other, understanding that we only get one life and we got to make the most of it. champ said it Champ said it well. Check on your folks, check on your people. As And here's the thing, y'all, he's not saying don't enjoy yourself, don't have fun, but at the same time he's also saying, as important as it is to enjoy the good times, to enjoy the highs, it can be just as vital 2 minutes when you're having a down day, calling somebody giving you a phone call, or you calling somebody having a down day. Just little things like that. We have got to continue to strive for as people, to understand that we got to have each other's backs, especially in times like these where you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what the next move is. You don't know what to expect. I hate it. I just really hate it. That just goes to show you what life is in an instant. That 1 second, it could be the highs of highs, and the next it could be the lowest of lows. You just don't know. You don't know. I say this to everybody, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Do not take life for granted because you only get one. You have to make the most of it for yourself and for people around you. Life isn't just about what you can take from it, what you can get from it. It's about what you can give back. What you can give back sometimes can bring you even more joy and even more accomplishment necessarily than what you get and what you're earning and what you're accomplishing. And everybody, I feel, is capable of great things, but great things can be something just as subtle as a simple ride down the road, to check on a friend, spend a few minutes with them when they're not at their best, just to lift them up and understand that they are not alone, and they will never be alone as long as you're there and you got their back. And I don't think we as a people emphasize that enough to others. We got to let people know that they are not alone no matter what their trials and tribulations that they're going through. And this is a prime example of that, because I've lost people. I can tell you this quick story. I lost a classmate not too long ago. Mental health, going through it. I I hate to tell the story. He was out. He was out getting a ride. He was with a friend of his. They pulled in at a truck stop close to where I live. He was still in the car. The friend went into the gas station to get something. Next thing you know, the friend comes back. Boom. We have got to be there for the people we love and we care about. because you don't want to read their name in an obituary in the newspaper and you instantly think to yourself, man, I didn't talk to them enough. I didn't feel like I wish I could still have contact with them, but now I can't. Make all the effort you can while you have your people. Because life is not promised. Tomorrow is not promised. Make the most of the opportunities that life gives you when it comes to the people around you. People around you are just as big as opportunities as just the opportunities like playing sports or being on TV, being in movies and things like that. People around you are just as big as opportunities because they give you little lessons about yourself that you take with you in your life that you can just spread to other people. It's about goodness. And people, we got to be better. We got to be better with each other. We got to continue to strive. People around you can be the greatest opportunities in life because they can teach you the most. You just have to pay attention, but take those lessons, keep them close to you, and keep on pushing and keep running forward. And I promise you, more people will see that, and that's more blessings and opportunities coming through your way as far as people. Appreciate yourself, appreciate others. Life will give it back. You just have to make sure you're doing your part. You're giving yourself to that. And that's all I got.
Champ, obviously while you were giving your speech, you were having some technical difficulties with the visual. You're much better now. Again, I would love to hear what you have to say on checking on your friends. If you want to repeat that again one last time, I apologize.
Oh, no problem, man. You got to do a better job on the lighting, but got to square away. Oh, look, check on your people. Check on your people. I know we get so caught up in life sometimes that we just want to come home. We want to get on the internet. We want to get on this little box right here, and we want to listen to the radio. We want to scroll. Yes, that's all fine and well, but check on your people. Check on your people, because what happens is it only takes sometimes 1 second, one phone call, or what have you, just to take that person off the edge. And
Mm.
sometimes they may be looking for that person. Who's going to take me off this edge? If I left, would anybody care? Does anybody care? There was a song by Good Charlotte. Yes, I listened to Good Charlotte. There was a song by Good Charlotte that I used to love, and it raised awareness for unalivings back in the day. It was called "Hold On If You Feel Like Letting Go." Hold on, it gets better than you know. Don't stop searching. You're one step closer. Don't stop looking. It's not over. Go look at that song. Go listen to that song if you get a chance, because that was one of the most beautiful songs you ever want to hear. Look, check on your people, man. Don't be lazy. Don't be self-centered, because it's not always about you. We get so caught up in being the main character in our damn stories that we just don't understand what life is all about. Life is about having people that care about you. And you'll be surprised, the most outgoing people that you will ever lay eyes on, they feel so invisible when certain things don't go their way. Some people have success addiction because that's the only way they feel noticed. Check on your people. It only takes 5 seconds to text. It only takes 1 minute to make a phone call, maybe less. It only takes 5 minutes to pray for someone. It only takes about 30 minutes on an average to get to somebody if you really want to get to them. People make time for what they want. People always make time for what they want. Make time for your people, and make sure that you are an addition and a multiplier to somebody. Don't always be taken. Don't always call people with your three friends. Give me, lend me, hand me. No. Don't be a subtractor and a divider all the time. Call folks just on a humbug. Say, man, you good? How you feeling today? You all right? Don't just call somebody when you want to ask for something. Don't just call somebody when you want to go party. Don't just call somebody when it's time to, go club hopping, when it's time to go gambling, when it's time to do all the fun stuff. Yeah, everybody love a good time. But what about when them bright lights go out? What about when them bright lights go out? Sometimes when them lights go out, they don't feel alive anymore. Be cautious. 6 feet ain't that far down. And sometimes the only thing it takes is to that one person to come out of nowhere and just say, hey, man, you all right? Call your people. Pay attention to your people. If you hear from somebody every week and all of a sudden you don't hear from them for about 3 days, the hell with them being offended. Where the hell you been? One of my homegirls, Alex, she do that every. Hey man, where you at? There's about 3 or 4. Look, I'm just gonna put it out there. There's about 3 or 4 of my friends who got my location. They got it at all times, and I got theirs. That's just how the friendship is. Hey, I need to know where you at. You like to disappear. You like to go all the time. You like to drive out of town and go to hiking trips on a humbug. I need to know where you at. I share my location with my family. They know where I'm at all times. And people can call that, well, you control it. No. Those are called, I care about you. I don't want to see you in a ditch somewhere, either by somebody else's hand or by your own hand. So check on your people. Stop being lazy. Don't get so caught up in your life and being the main character that you just got to be the person that does everything. You just got to be, how come they reach out to me? How about you stop being so darn selfish and get off your behind? Let's stop being lazy when it comes to our people. We're not lazy when it comes to taking. We're not lazy when it comes to asking, but we're so lazy at times when it comes to giving and multiplying. Multiply, be an addition to somebody. Hold on to your people, man. Look, you got one life to live. And the last thing you want is for one of your people to leave this earth, to leave God's green earth. And the only thing you're thinking about is, man, I wonder if my phone call could have snatched them off the edge and put them back in God's hands. Let's stop being lazy. Let's be proactive than reactive. Proactive is calling your people every day, checking on them, making sure you, even if you got to chew them out a little bit, because sometimes you do. Sometimes you got stubborn friends. They don't want to tell you nothing. And what's going on with you? Well, I don't want to get into it. Well, you need to say something before I come to your house. I've told a couple of my friends that, look, you need to tell me something before I come to your house. And look, I got your mama number, so you don't want us both to show up. Either you can tell me or you can tell both of us. And look, that message has been delivered to me on several occasions. Either you can tell me what's going on, or you can tell me and your mom what's going on, or me and your dad what's going on. Or when my brother was alive, you tell me and your brother what's going on. Either way, check on your dad blame people and make sure that they're straight. It ain't always about you. No matter how much money people making, no matter how much, we are humans. In the great words of Darkseid out of DC Comics, super or otherwise, you're still only a man. Check on your people.
Before we wrap up and we move on to the next topic, look, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit emotional. It's just a lot for me because, again, hearing the news and again with suicide, man, it's no joke. It just makes me feel grateful that even though sometimes family and friends always constantly call me and text me asking, are you okay? Stuff like that. And a lot of times, Champ, you know me, I'm very quiet, very shy. I don't really talk or engage much with family members or friends. Sometimes I get really annoyed when they constantly ask me that type of question. But at the same time, it makes you feel grateful because people actually do care about you. I just have this feeling. I sometimes I have this scenario in my head where everyone's against you, where I feel like I can't talk to anyone. Like I always say, Champ, in the words Stone Cold Steve Austin, DTA, don't trust anybody. but there are times you feel like you have to talk to somebody. I talked to someone someone you have high regard and respect for, Champ D.
Yes.
I talk to D a lot of times about my problems, about with my job, financial issues, my mental. I've talked to her about, at times with suicide back then. I've said before, there are times I felt like if I was dead, would my problems go away? And I think it's a lesson for all of us to realize, check on your people, as you said, Champ, but also too, if you have a problem, talk to someone. And when you talk to someone about that problem, and when the person is listening, don't try to diminish, don't try to disregard and act like Psh, problem. What problem you got? Try to at least have not only sympathy, empathy. Try to understand what someone is actually trying to go through. And then maybe you'll have a good feeling once you go to bed. Did I do everything that I was supposed to? Did I try to help out that person as best as I possibly could? Because there are times I still feel like, man, should I really be here? Because I really felt like 15 years ago at that particular time, I felt like I wanted to die. And there were times and there were times I felt like I said it just to get attention, but other times I felt like I wanted to do it because at that point I was miserable, I was lost, I was depressed, I was dealing with a lot of problems. I just thank God for my mom for helping me out and the family, because if it weren't for them, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think any of y'all would see me at this point. So it's really devastating. Again, sorry if I'm emotional. Again, it really resonates with me with suicide and stuff like that because again, I still think about to this day what would have happened to me 15 years ago. And also too, just like I said, people just talk to somebody. Don't feel ashamed, don't feel embarrassed to talk to someone, even when you're at your most vulnerable. That doesn't make you feel weak at all. It actually gives you strength. That's tough. That's a lot of courage to actually admit what you're going through because a lot of people just want to keep their problems to themselves. And sometimes, a lot of times, champ, and I can speak to this, I don't really feel comfortable because of how people are going to dismiss it, treat it as if my problems don't mean a damn thing. And I think with Marshawn Nealon, you don't, like I said, you don't know what he was going through. He had to go through something in order for him to take out his own life. And just because he has money, millions, and plays for the Dallas Cowboys doesn't mean he ain't going through something. We don't know. You don't know what someone is going through. And don't say, well, uh, a lot of people have a lot of other problems, or some people have far worse problems. We understand that. But at the same time, don't diminish someone else's to prove your point. How about just take the time to actually try to listen and emphasize and feel what they're going through? And then that way you can go to bed and feel good about, hey, I did the best job I possibly could. I mean, it's better than feeling that than to have regret.
Yeah. And
So
when you're
oh,
my
sorry,
bad,
Jim,
my
go
bad.
ahead.
And when you're look, and this is for the men out here. This is strictly for the dudes. I know when our homegirls call, we're always so open and we're trying to hear them and we're trying to appeal to their emotions and their heart and their brain, and you're trying to relate to them. When your homeboys call you and with a problem, show them that same damn energy. Don't give them that be a man bullshit. All right? Don't give them that shit. If they call you with a problem, that means they're comfortable enough to tell you about the shit. And excuse my language, but
No, it's
I'm gonna
okay.
just be real. You hear a lot of it. I used to be in the army, and you hear about it like that. Hey, be a man, man. Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you about a problem that I have.
I agree
So
wholeheartedly, champ.
don't, yeah, don't be giving. Look, if you have one, like I said, when our homegirls or our sisters or our mom or somebody else, one of our female counterparts come to us with a problem, we're very, very anxious to hear it. We're very, very anxious to give them a shoulder to cry on. We very, very anxious to be their defender, their protector, their safe haven, their safe place. But we don't always get that same love to our homeboys. Let's just be very, very honest. A lot of times, and I'm guilty of this myself, we will say, hey, let's go talk to Dr. Jack Daniels about this. I am guilty of that. Look, I know you got a problem. Let's go talk to Jack about this. And that is not the way to do things. That is not the way to do things. Show your male counterparts the same empathy, the sympathy, and try to be the safe haven as if you were talking to your female counterparts. Because like I stated, you hear that all the time amongst, especially us. You know what I'm talking about. You hear that speech all the damn time, from the time you are a little whipper to the time you get grown. Be a man. All right. Now, you know, you gotta throw caution to the wind. You gotta think about somebody other than yourself. Put yourself in their shoes. And don't nobody want to hear about how you would handle the problem either. Fuck how you would handle the problem.
That's a hell of a lot easier said than done.
Again, like I said, I used to be in the Army, and we used to have a thing called an ace card. And they say, call your aces. And they used to have an ace of spade card on that. So look, stop. Look, check on your people and be the same way that you would with your female counterparts as you would your male counterparts. But like I stated, I hate to be repetitive, we're so quick when our female friends and our sisters and our moms or anybody like that, we're so quick to give them a shoulder to cry on, give them a safe haven, a safe place, and let them know it's a safe place. We don't do that all the time to our male counterparts. Like I stated, when I was like 21, 22 years old, I was guilty of this. Hey, man, let's go talk to Dr. Jack. Or let's go talk to Captain Morgan about this. Let's go talk to Dr. Patron about this. Let's go a little, just something a little to numb it out. When you one of your homeboys. Well, let's just keep it all the way above. When your homeboy go through a bad relationship breakup or a bad, his girlfriend breakup with, what's the first thing you do? Hey, bro, let's go party. Let's go get a section. Let's go ball out real quick. They don't get that time to just heal and just sit there and just soak into the business. We want to take them out to a party. We want to take them out to a gentleman's club. We want to numb it out for them.
Because they act like this, because those are not friends, champ. That sounds more like enablers. Because if you just continuously asking them for money, and if you continuously asking them to do favors for you, they don't care about you. They just care about what you have. And I was watching the documentary on Beyond the Glory on Mike Tyson. This was in 2003. This is when he was about to face Clifford Etienne. This was months after his loss to Lennox Lewis. He said himself at that time, none of his friends have any respect for me. And it's so easy to like someone like me who's got so much millions of dollars to buy mansions and cars and so many things, but they don't know what it's like when I'm homicidal or suicidal.
Yeah.
How about instead of just looking at just the wealth and the fame and everything else, just talk to someone, hear them. Partying and stuff, that's a place for another, that's a time for another day. Yeah. But what's more important, what's more real is trying to help out that person.
Yeah.
And it's hard
because what happened with a lot of that. That's what happened with a lot of our male friends. Like I said, with a lot of our male friends, like I said, I'm guilty of this. Back when I was like 21, 22 years old, the first thing you want to do when your homeboy call you, hey, man, my girl broke up with me. All right, bro, I got you tonight. Let's go to a party, man. I got some extra money on me. Let's go to a party,
Same here,
man.
champ. Same here, champ.
Let's go pop some bottles, man. Yeah, let's go pop some bottles, man. I know a quick way. Let's take you to the gentleman's club real quick, man. I know a good way, man. We ain't got to worry about that. Sometimes they just want you to sit down and talk to them. Sometimes they don't need all that alcohol. Sometimes that alcohol amplifying the problem in their brain. Sometimes that alcohol is amplifying the problem in their brain, and you don't even realize it because you too busy over here trying to get him a table dance. But you don't realize the more alcohol and more of that Patron you putting into him, the more it's feeding that monster.
Yeah.
Be careful with that. Because like I said, as men, we're guilty of that. We're guilty of saying, The minute something happened to one of your homeboys, something like that, you want to take them to a party. You want to take them to go get some other stuff, if you will. You want to take them to get a couple of trees. You want to take them to go to the spot. You want to take them to go gambling. You want to numb out the pain. You know, let's do a quick fix on this. I know a good way to get your mind off that. You know, you want to make a BRF. You know about this. You want to make that one special phone call. If you get what I'm saying, you want to make that one special phone call to one of them. So yeah, so you try to do something to make him, to numb him out. But no, sometimes you need to say, hey man, let's sit down, let's have a talk about this. How you feeling? Look, if you're trying to go do something later, I'm fine with that. But let me make sure that you are okay first before we start going out here trying to pop bottles and go to gentlemen's club and do all that type of nonsense. Because sometimes it ain't what somebody need. What somebody need is for them to be in a safe space, and them to be in a place where their mind can relax and they can be in a space where they can be vulnerable. That's the thing. That's how come we always need to check on our people.
Well said, man. Just talk to someone. Like I said, if someone is going through something, please just talk to someone. Make sure you get the right type of help. Just if you're battling something right now, it's not too late. Just try to get the help. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but you just got to count on somebody to talk to. I know we all do. So before we move on to the next subject, I think it's appropriate that we should have a moment of silence real quick. Thank you. Again, Marshawn Kneeland, defensive end of the Dallas Cowboys, gone at 24 years old. Sad, tragic story. Hearts and prayers go to his family. And that's all. Fellas, we're gonna always keep on going with the Sports PSP pod. We're gonna always promise you and give y'all a show like we normally do. Fellas, I want to talk about the NFL games. One particular, the Atlanta Falcons versus the New England Patriots. BRF, unfortunately, you weren't there for our week picks. Champ picked New England. I picked Atlanta. It was a really close game, 24-23. I don't want to hear any disrespect or insults regarding Michael Penix Jr. If you were not pleased or satisfied with his performance, I don't know what to tell you. Drake London played like a monster in that game. 9 catches, I think, for 119 yards, 3 touchdowns. He looked like a top 5 wide receiver in that game, going up against a cornerback who I wanted in Christian Gonzalez. Atlanta, they struggled early on in the first half of that game, but in the second half, they were able to get the fumble. James Pierce, I thought he was going to run it all the way for a touchdown, but Atlanta was able to capitalize on a touchdown pass from Michael Penix Jr., I believe, to Drake London. And Drake London threw a pick. But Atlanta, the missed extra point, the frustrations. I mean, your defense did as best they could. But BRF, man, it's a really disappointing loss. It was a close game. It was a really exciting game, but needless to say, y'all were very disappointed with the loss, though. What were your thoughts?
Well, it was definitely a much better effort than what they showed against Miami. Yeah. I'm tired. I'm tired of the Michael Penix Jr. slander. I'm tired of it. I mean, and it's crazy. You seeing all these people actually questioning, is he the guy? And I'm just like, Michael Penix's last 4 games is averaging like 256 yards a game, 62% completion percentage, 7 touchdowns, 1 pick. That's his last 4 games. Like, it's crazy because Zach Robinson he has his good moments where he shows creativity, whether it be in the passing game or the running game, and then he acts like he couldn't be an offensive coordinator for a high school team. Like it's crazy. Like it's just I've said it. Like we are the biggest enigma in the National Football League, and I stand by that because I said we could have a showing like we did against the Miami Dolphins, and I said it even though they didn't beat New England. I was like, okay, yeah, we lost what we did against Miami. Watch them. Watch. If they beat New England, I'm telling you will come back to me saying this and be like, man, he tried to tell us. And yeah, they lost. But they're an extra point away from tying that game. And we gotta also remember, if they hit that extra point, they stop New England again. You gotta drive to kick a field goal to win the game. So I don't know. I don't know what it is about us. It's just one of those things where it's like we could take is you take 3 steps forward and then you take 5 steps back. It's crazy. A lot of it, and I said it last week. It all stems from coaching. It's Raheem Morris and it's Zach Robinson. Like I really, I said if they don't make the playoffs, they're probably like Raheem's gone if they don't make the playoffs. Is how I feel. Um, and Zach Robinson's probably going to be right behind him. And unfortunately, because Jeff Ulbrich is a Raheem Morris fire, he probably would get the boot too. But he doesn't deserve the way he's got this defense playing. And you can't really, when your offense isn't producing like it should be because of, predictable play calling and stuff like that. When stuff like that happens, you I don't know, it's hard to overcome. And it's just crazy how good Michael Penix has been able to play despite his offensive coordinator. I mean shout out to our boy Luis. He's pushing Drake London top 10 agendas. I'm pushing Drake London top 10 agendas. We were saying George Pickens has the best hands in the National Football League. I think it's Drake London. I think Drake London he best hands in the National Football League. And yeah, Champ's holding up 5 fingers. It's getting a little spicy. It's getting a little spicy. We almost at a point where we can start talking about Drake London in top 5 wide receiver conversation. People might not want to hear, but it's getting there. And people just need to recognize he went 9 for 9. He went 9 for 118 and 3 touchdowns against Christian Gonzalez and Carlton Davis. With one of the best mosses we've seen all year on Christian Gonzalez, who is arguably a top 5 corner in this league. And like I see clips like Brian Finneran questioning his Michael Penix a guy. I see these questioning his Michael Penix a guy. It's like, if your takeaway from the New England Patriots game is Michael Penix isn't the guy, you're not watching the games. I mean, he obviously has some of the best arm talent in the league. He's got the strongest arms in the league. You can just see it that the only thing I will say with Mike, he's got to clean up the intentional grounding stuff. He's got to stop that. Either the sack for a small loss, or use your speed that people that follow you have. And just make some plays, get some yards, get out of the pocket more. You can't be scared. You can't be worried about the pocket. At the end of the day, we know your bread and butter is standing back there and flinging that ball and chipping it down the field. I give Zach Robinson props for doing that more in the New England game, but he's got to keep a steady dose of that, and he's got to keep it going. And another thing with Zach Robinson, one thing I respected about Arthur Smith when he was the Falcons head coach, he never got away from running the football. We could be down 21-10 in the third quarter. He will not abandon the run unless he absolutely has to. Zach Robinson has to stop abandoning the run so early. he's got to stop abandoning Bijan and Tyler Algier early. Even if it comes down to lining Bijan up, which he was doing in the game, lining him up, getting him touches that way, you got to get the ball in your hands of your best playmakers. And Bijan Robinson is our best playmaker. You got to get him the rock more. You have to establish him to where that takes the burden off everybody else. Once you have everybody focusing on Bijan, there's Drake eating off the plate. There's Darnell eating off the plate. There's Kyle eating off the plate. There's Tyler eating off the plate. This offense still stems through Bijan Robinson, but if you're not getting him the ball, you're not opening up the possibilities of this offense. You have to do that. As far as the defense, I told people, I try to tell people, Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. are going to be a problem for years to come. But I honest to God feel like with Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson, we're not going to get to where we want to go. And it's crazy because we were kind of saying that with Arthur Smith. Hold on one second, Joe. See, hold on one second.
You good, man?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Whenever you ready.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. Yeah, no, yeah, I'll be back. Y'all go ahead.
All right. BRF is gonna take care of something real quick. We'll have him back on momentarily. Big fella, undisputed world champ, man. You called it. You picked New England to win that game. I know it was painful for you to do that, but what were your thoughts?
My thoughts. My thoughts. Another disappointment. Like a bad Atlanta, unfortunately, is like a bad girlfriend. They're gonna let you down. They will let you down. Oh man, being an Atlanta sports fan is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Okay. What a clean the goddamn tub out.
Yeah, I had to mute B. I had to mute. I didn't want him to get.
But being a Falcons fan is like having a bad girlfriend. Yes, she bad. She's pretty. She'll do good for a little bit, but man, she gonna break your heart on the weekend. She gonna break your heart. She gonna break your heart in New York City. It's terrible, bro. Like I said, it's disappointment, and these kickers, they're not doing us any favors. This is the second kicker we have released this year. This is the second one we have released this year. Tragic. But we released Young Hoku earlier this year, and then Romo took his place. Now we've released Romo. In the great words of a famous singer, how did I end up on the wrong side of a love song? That's exactly what being a Falcons fan is right about now. And what's so sad about that, every coach that we've interviewed, they're doing great this year, especially Mike Vrabel. He's doing great this year. Mike McDonald, he's doing great this year. Only coach that we interviewed that's not doing too well is Bill Belichick. And, he had a big victory this past weekend. Disappointment, yeah.
But not
that's
surprised.
how come.
Not surprised.
Not surprised because I picked them like I stated, man. I knew they was gonna let me down. It was just like, hey, that's how come I went on here to pick New England. Now, granted, one of my predictions didn't come true. I thought Drake London was gonna throw 4 touchdowns. Drake May, excuse me. But yeah, it was just a lot of disappointment, man. And it's just like I'm not surprised anymore. So it's just like it's kind of like, you're doing good all week, during the week, and then that girl finna go to that girl's night out, but it ain't girl's night out. Saturday's coming, and you waiting to see if she gonna act right, and you just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then all of a sudden, here come that Camaro sitting outside your house. So it's not surprising to me, man. It's like at this point, I'm not optimistic at this point. I'm not optimistic. It's like You got to there's an article that you got to regain the trust of the fans at this point, because the fans do not trust them. Fans don't trust them. Not only that, we just got finessed out of $90 million because we had a chance to, if we would have traded and moved off of Kirk Cousins, we wouldn't have had to pay him that $90 million. So he just got a $90 million roster bonus, and he just had a terrible game a couple of weeks ago. And
but he knows how to make money. Say what you want about
he knows how to make money. But look, the consolation prize to a lot of Falcon fans is this: he will be released next year, and once he's released, that's gonna free up $65 million in cap space. All right, so that's the flip side to that coin. So next year, when we get him up out of Atlanta, when Kirko take them chains off and returns them to Atlanta, then guess what? We'll be able to do a lot of things going forward. Right now, we 3-5. Only 5 teams have came back from that deficit in order to make the playoffs. One of those teams was the 2018 Dallas Cowboys. The other one was the 1994 New England Patriots. There's a long road ahead of us. I'm not optimistic at this point because we coming up in Berlin on Sunday morning, we have Sauce Gardner and the Indianapolis Colts coming up with Jonathan Taylor.
And they're coming off a disappointing loss against the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they're looking to wreak havoc. But good enough, your defense will be good enough, champ. The problem is going to be Zach Robinson. That's the thing. So we're going to get into our picks later on. But overall, disappointing because Atlanta should have won this game. They had a chance to win this game, though. And look, I mean, Drake May, they were able to capitalize off the turnovers, the pick, the fumble. I mean, despite the fact that Drake London, he came to play. Bijan Robinson wasn't that much of a factor as far as with the running game, but hey, he's another great. That's why I call him the best running back in football, because not only he can run it, he could also catch it as well. Mm-hmm. I just think with New England, you just got to tip their hats off. I mean, hey, Mike Vrabel has stepped in, has done a tremendous job as the head coach since in the aftermath of Bill Belichick and O.J. Mayo. And when I look at Atlanta, you're not going to fire Raheem Morris or Zach Robinson until after the season. Atlanta is going to say, listen, we've had enough. And our guy, Mike Patton, he was trying to make an argument for an offensive coordinator as the head coach. But the problem is, you got to stop hiring offensive coordinators as head coaches just because of their relationships with QBs. That's the mistake. I mean, it's nice to have, though, but at the same time, I'm more interested in a leader. I honestly, Chad, to be honest with you, I don't know how you feel. I would like Brian Flores to be the head coach. It may not happen, but you need to get a leader. You need to get someone who can just lead the team. You can't just keep hiring offensive coordinators because of their relationship with QBs. Look at Cliff Kingsbury. Look at Brian Callahan. Look at Mike McDaniel. Look at a lot of these guys who are being offensive coordinators. You would know this. Tampa Bay, they fired Lovie Smith after Jameis Winston's rookie season. They hired Dirk Cutter as the former offensive coordinator as the head coach. Why? Because of his relationship with Jameis Winston. Freddie Kitchens, he was promoted as the head coach. Why? Because of his relationship with Baker Mayfield. So I don't really want them to get an offensive type of guy just because he has a relationship with a QB. We've seen other offensive guys that have been more than just knowing X's and O's, but leading, motivating. Sean McVay is one. Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he gets enough credit because you just look at him as X's and O's, but you got to say something because the San Francisco 49ers are still in playoff contention regardless of the amount of injuries that they've had. And, of course, let's not forget Big Red Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm. Got to do something. I wouldn't mind. Look, here's what I wouldn't mind doing. After this season, they don't make the playoffs. Brian Flores, the head coach. Bring in Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator. Keep Jeff Ulbrich as the defensive coordinator. Keep everything else you got. But I wouldn't mind bringing in Brian Flores and Mike McDaniel as the head coach and the offensive coordinator, because some people are just good coordinators. They unfortunately aren't good head coaches. Um, and Brian Flores will hold these guys accountable. And if you keep the same defensive coordinator and keep a fire lit up under these guys, I think that it will be a good thing,
And
man.
Jeff Aldridge has done his part. You know, the only reason why people look at him, people know him because obviously the controversy with his son by prank calling Shador Sanders. But besides that, he's done his part to keep this team intact. Their issue as far as defensively stopping the run, that's going to be the concern against Indy on this Sunday though.
Yeah.
But it ain't gonna be easy, as you always say. It's uglier than a masterpiece sneaker. I always say it's uglier than Flavor Flav's teeth, but only time will tell.
Time.
But big fella, you know what? We're gonna get into the Chiefs and Bills, but I'm sorry. I gotta say this. I told you about with Washington. Now I already did the video, unjustifiable, on the Sports PSP pod. You can check it out on YouTube. Over 2,000 views. I'm not mad at the fact that we lost, champ, because I picked Seattle. You picked Washington. Washington got their asses whooped. 4 straight. Seattle's first 4 possessions: TD, 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 field goal. Sam Darnold was torching that Commanders defense. It looked like it was Tom Brady going 7-on-7. That's how bad Washington's defense was. And to further complicate things and to make matters worse, they kept Jaden Daniels and that offense in the fourth quarter 38-7. Why in the hell would you keep him in that game knowing the fact that you got blown out and he had durability problems? I don't care. I don't want to hear any justification from Dan Quinn or Cliff Kingsbury or from the ownership. If they say something, I'm going to treat it like horse shit, because I do not want to hear it. You should be cognizant enough to say, the game is over. Let's put in the backups. Go on. It was worse. We lost Luke McCaffrey. He broke his collarbone. Marshawn Lattimore is out for the rest of the season. Tore his ACL. But I told you, champ, and I said it before, the comparisons with RG3 and Jaden Daniels, they are fair. Did you not see RG3's reaction?
Yes, I saw it, but the reason why I don't compare it to RG3, I think you saw the video that I made, but
Yes,
maybe it's just the Washington Commanders are cursed at the quarterback position, because people so quick to talk about RG3, but they don't talk about Joe Theismann.
Yes,
they don't talk about Doug Williams. They don't talk about Mark Brunell, and they don't talk about the biggest injury that they had in recent memory. Remember Alex Smith?
Yes, I remember that. I remember all these things. But I also told you, champ, the reason why I had my concerns about Jaden Daniels, yes, you can mention all them injuries, but he is skinny QB. And I have no idea why they kept him out on the football field. Knowing the fact that he had durability problems, why exacerbate things? Why make things far worse than it has to be? And the thing is, another thing with Washington, they the oldest roster in the NFL, 28.1. That's not going to do anything. This roster from Washington, look, you know who's getting the last laugh? It's Dan Snyder. Because he's looking at it from the standpoint, hey, I'm chilling. I'm no longer the owner of the Washington Commanders. I'm out here. I'm counting my money. I'm counting all my bread. I'm chilling. I'm living my best life. Hey, y'all got y'all quarterback? Hey, I'm chilling. I'm in the back. And look, we all know how horrible of an owner Daniel Snyder was, from Albert Hainsworth, Adam Archuleta, all the other things that happened on the field. And let's not forget off the field which we will not get into further details. Just take the time and go read it up. But I said, champ, I have my concerns with Jaden Daniels as far as with his injuries, and they are legitimate. Yes, you can say Mike Vick, Lamar Jackson, all this other stuff. I told you before, man, this is Washington. At least those organizations had structure and found ways to overcome the injuries from Mike Vick, Lamar. You just mentioned all the laundry list of QBs that have been injured. Joe Theismann was never the same since he suffered that injury from the great Lawrence Taylor. Alex Smith, remember, he had several surgeries. Could have cost him his life.
Yeah.
And when I look at Washington, man, even despite the fact we've moved on from Snyder, we've moved on from a lot of things, still, my thing was it was 38-7. Go with the backups. Go with the rest of the season. Now, is this for perpetuity for Washington with this new ownership? It better not. You must get young players to draft, identify, and develop. You cannot keep relying on players past their prime just because of name and brand alone. That's not going to work unless they're there to mentor and lead the team, champ. And when I look at this team, it was embarrassing to watch. They got beat down. There was no chance of Washington ever coming back in that game. And Sam Darnold was outstanding. The rest of the offense was outstanding from Horton, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Kenneth Walker III. The defense, it was horrendous. And as a fan of Washington, I'm ashamed. I am completely and absolutely ashamed because just a year after making our first appearance to the NFC Championship game since 1991, I didn't expect us to go back to the conference championship game, champ. Nevertheless, I still thought we would be somewhat competitive to at least make the playoffs. We're not even that. It's embarrassing. And the schedule, is going to get worse because we got Detroit.
Yep.
So my thing is with Washington. And the other problem I have with Cliff Kingsbury, I mentioned the lack of creativity with the offense. You keep running that same type of offense, you keep running that same style, teams already figure it out. Now, Washington, we could look at a lot of things. The laundry list of injuries at the wide receiver spot. Terry McLaurin did not play because of the quad injury. Luke McCaffrey now out for the remainder of the season. He broke his collarbone. Noah Brown has been out. But you keep relying on guys. Bobby Wagner's 35 years old. Von Miller's 36. Zach Ertz, 34 years old. You have to get younger players to draft and develop. Otherwise, what we saw last Sunday night is going to be contingent for Washington in the years to come. So they better get their shit together. Because as a fan of Washington, what I saw, inexcusable. And keeping Jaden Daniels on the football field, like I said in the title, unjustifiable. There is no excuse to have your franchise quarterback to be out and injured. He dislocated his elbow. And he's going to be out for several weeks. Shut him out for the remainder of the season. I'm done. I don't need to see any more. Go with Marcus Mariota for the remainder of the season if I'm Washington and move on. That's my thing. If I'm Dan Quinn, if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, shut down Jaden Daniels. I don't care if he wants to play. No. We're sitting you down because you're too valuable to us. We're going to sit you out for the remainder of the season. And if the next time, if I see something like that from Dan Quinn or Cliff Kingsbury again, I may have to think about, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to fire Dan Quinn after this season because of what he was able to accomplish last year. But if I see anything like this from you next season, you about out of here. As for Cliff Kingsbury, I need to see more creativity with this offense. I need to see more snaps under the center. I need to see more play action. I need to see better designs. I understand that the players have been injured, But at the same time, you were here for a reason to help out with this offense. And you did your part last season because I had skepticism when you first arrived to Washington. You start off well, you cool off. That wasn't the case last year. Now we're seeing it again. What are y'all thoughts regarding the Seattle Washington game, y'all? Because I already said what I said just now, and I already said what I said on Unjustifiable. I'm trying my best to maintain my composure because I'm at the verge of cussing.
Hey, in the great words of DJ Quick, it's hot enough in this kitchen to make you cuss. But one thing I will disagree with you on that is Dan Snyder getting the last laugh. Especially, look, it's kind of like saying that you broke up with somebody and you made it further than you ever did when you was in that relationship. I mean, Dan Snyder's not getting the last laugh because the thing is, at the end of the day, guess what? You lost one of the most valuable franchises in the history of the league. And if you really, really think about it, the reason why a lot of billionaires want to own NFL teams is because it's stupid proof. You can make money either way. It's football. Football is going to be here long after the nearest fad is gone. Because, at first it was oil. At first it was the oil, being an oil baron. That was a quick way you become a billionaire. Then it was, Apple stock. Then it was, Bitcoin. Long after all of that is gone, you'll always be able to make a killing with an NFL team, even if your team is sorry. Look at Hugh Culverhouse. Look at the late Hugh Culverhouse. Because even when your team is sorry, fans are going to flock to that stadium in order to see other teams. So, hey, I don't think Dan Snyder's getting the laugh. Number one, because he lost his franchise. Number two, you got to ask yourself, is anybody still going to be willing to do business with him at this point, considering how bad of a businessman that he was to mess that up, mess
Not
up the
to mention
sponsorship
off the
of
field.
Exactly. So, no, he ain't getting the last laugh. I went further in 2 years than I did with you in several. So, yeah, he does not get to laugh about anything.
Champ,
I mean,
Champ. The reason why I say that is because he feels like, oh, new ownership, wipe the slate clean, everything else. Yes, we were able to go farther in our 2 years compared to Dan Snyder's 2025 plus years. Dan Snyder's only won 2 playoff games in his career. The reason why I'm saying he's getting the last laugh is because, Washington is falling all over again. Hey, people use me as the scapegoat. People use me for all the things. And yeah, you were a horrendous owner. No question about that. Now with this new ownership, now with Josh Harris, now with Magic Johnson, y'all thought y'all were gonna do this, and they did last year. Now, unfortunately, Washington is going back again. Do I expect Washington to be like this moving forward? For me as a fan, I hope not. I'm trying to remain optimistic.
I hope not either. But the thing is, you got to think about the injuries. You got to think about the age. And let's just be all the way 100. The real reason why they was able to go as far as they were last year is because Jaden Daniels was magical last year. He was magical. They didn't have a complete team around him other than outside of Terry McLaurin and a few other pieces. And guess what? They was able to get there. And they tried to bring in piece by piece, but unfortunately, certain things aren't working right about now. They didn't bring in, I think it was a mistake, them not bringing in Terry McLaurin as quick as they could to keep the chemistry at the QB wide receiver position because he was a big contributor last year. I think that was a mistake. You should have got him in the camp immediately so they could build on the chemistry that they have. I think it was a mistake for them to leave him in that game 38-7. Game's over. There's no way you can come back. Even if the quarterback wants to play, which we've seen quarterbacks literally curse coaches out excuse me, because they took them out of a game. Remember 1994? Steve Young, George Seifert. Remember how bad Steve Young cursed out George Seifert because he took him out and put Steve Bono in? And he told him, if you're going to take him out just because if you're going to take me out once, just because we're going to blown out, then guess what? Make sure you take Jerry Rice out. Make sure you take everybody out. Don't just take me out. That's that quarterback competitiveness. They always think they can come back. But if I'm the coach, I don't care how competitive you think you are. You bringing your behind out of that game. You're my most valuable asset. I need you to get through the rest of this season so we can at least make the playoff and capitalize on this momentum. Plus, we building a new stadium. How's it going to look? You're not here, and we're building a new stadium. There's a lot going on in Washington, but a lot of it is because of injuries. And look, it takes a while when it's under new ownership in order to build the culture. The thing is this, because of Jaden Daniels, they was able to find a lot of magic last year. This year, you can't be as heavily reliant as you was before. You have to find other ways. You have to find different ways. You brought in Laramie Tunsil, but that wasn't enough in order to get the blocking squared away. Because even with him, CJ Stroud was sacked record times last year in Houston. You got to get the offensive line together. You got to get the defense together. You got to build with young players. And if so, make a trade.
Well, I don't know about trade, champ, but more importantly, you just have to get rid of the older players. And again, I told you before with Jaden Daniels, with Drake May. Again, I just want to be consistent and clear. The reason why I said I wanted Drake May over Jaden Daniels was because of the size thing as well as his ability. I was big on Drake May coming out of North Carolina. Again, I never doubted or questioned Jaden Daniels' talent or ability. But again, champ, he is a skinny QB. Just like with Kyler with his size, Kyler with one hit. And again, Kyler is about 5'9", 5'10". Just like with Jaden Daniels, he is a skinny QB. And again, with that offensive line, if you a skinny dude and if you don't have that type of offensive line, champ, that's hell. Now, if he had a better offensive line, then perhaps I would feel a lot more comfortable of him getting enough protection and for him not putting himself in harm's way. But the thing is, champ, year 2, teams have figured out what Washington does well and what they don't do well. Yes, we were heavily reliant on Jaden Daniels. And yes, we were, heading into the season, did we make a mistake by not giving Terry McLaurin his money sooner than later? Yes, we made a mistake on that. But at the same time, with this old roster, 28.1, that's the average of the Washington roster. They're the oldest roster in the NFL. That's more than the Saints back in 2023 and the Raiders back in 2018 at 27.4.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how big the age gap is. So the thing is, if you're Washington, yes, you have offensive linemen help. Jaden Daniels, over time, he's going to have to grow and develop in terms of weight, champ, because I'm afraid if he gets hit again, how's he going to handle or withstand that? That's another concern that I have. I don't know if I read some type of draft with Mel Kiper Jr., whether Jeremiah Love, I wouldn't mind that, but at the same time, Washington, they need help with that D-line. Our best defensive lineman, Dorrance Armstrong, is out. He's on IR. So if I'm Washington, I need D linemen. I need guys who can get after the QB in order to help out my cornerback. I told you before with this cornerback roster, they ain't that good. They burnt like toast. And you saw what Jackson Smith-Njigba did to Trey Arnos. He beat him wide open on a route. Sam Darnold could have just easily thrown it to him. But the thing is, champ, Washington's got a lot of things to address. I still believe in Jaden Daniels. Don't get it twisted. But like I tell you, big fella, you keep saying Michael Vick, Lamar Jackson with all them injuries. It's Washington. Atlanta and Baltimore at least were competent enough to understand what they were able to do with Vic and Lamar. Are we sure with Washington, given all the quarterbacks that you mentioned? That's my concern.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
BRF.
Don't really agree with the idea of Atlanta being competent really around Mike Vick. That whole thing was kind of like
compared to Washington.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, them targets were them weapons were them passing weapons were kind of bad when Mike Vick was there. And at the same outside of Algie Crumpler, what they did with Mike, they knew he wasn't the most accurate guy, so it's like, you know what? You're not the most accurate guy. You want to gun, you want to run. We're gonna accentuate that. We're gonna give you work done. We're gonna give you TJ Deckard, and like, you know what? Have at it. They were competent enough to do that, and they gave him an okay defense, but them wide receivers weren't good, boy. I mean, bro, Ashley Lilly might have been the best outside target he had in his entire run there, and that's saying something because Ashley Lilly was not that good in Atlanta.
I like Brian.
And then you look at it, huh?
I like Brian Finnerman more.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was probably the most he was the most consistent. I will say that Brian Finner was probably the most consistent target that Mike Vick had in Atlanta, which tells you all you need to know about the wide receiver weapons that he had in Atlanta. Now, granted, he didn't focus as a quarterback like he should have in Atlanta because you really didn't see the final form of him until he got to Philly. But with that being said, don't nobody give a damn about Dan Snyder's feelings. I feel what you're saying because I feel what you're saying because I can kind of see where you're coming from with the whole everybody's trying to point him as a scapegoat. Now look, they still having the same problems. That's like you running the McDonald's. That's like you running the McDonald's, and your food was trash. And then you got rid of like the GM, and you got a new GM there, and he comes in, he does his thing at the beginning, but then the food kind of slack off. And that the previous GM's probably like, hey, you see, you were trying to put it all on me, and then look what's going on, bitch. You still suck. you still suck. It dropping back a little bit doesn't change the fact that you were trash when you were there. That don't take nothing away that you were still a horrible owner just because they ran into some issues the second year here. You were still trash. You were god awful. So if he was even to even have thoughts like that, us being fans and understanding what Daniel Snyder was in Washington, we would like correct him in about 3 minutes. Like, sir, you still sucked. Just because they're going through things now doesn't change the fact that as an owner, you were god awful. And the fact that they were only able to win like we could count on one hand how many playoff games you won in your entire existence as the owner of that franchise just tells us everything we need to know about you. You were not good. So you stay in the background. You stay about 50 feet back. Don't say nothing. Just count what coins you do have. Enjoy your life and just keep it pushing. Because you still sucked at the end of the day. But what I'll say though is what I'll say about Washington is just leaving Jaden Daniels in a 38-7 game, honestly, is about this close to being a fireable offense. That close. That is your friend. That is the face of your franchise. You are jeopardizing in a game that there is no chance in hell that you're going to come back and win. And then he goes out and he his arm on a tackle trying to run. That is all you
idiotic.
Let me tell you something. You are an ACL tear away from losing your job. If that was an ACL tear, he's gone. Dan Quinn is gone. If that was his legs, he's lucky it was his arm, and that's probably gonna. And it's not, and it wasn't his throwing arm. So he by the grace of God, by the skin of his teeth, it was ugly. That was, but by the skin of his teeth, if that was an ACL, Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury, in the words of WWE, when they let somebody go, the Washington Commanders would have wished you well in your future endeavors if that was his knees. Oh my God. But there's no excuse for leaving that man in a game 38-7, where with all due respect to the corners of the Washington Commanders, Jackson Smith-Njigba has been doing that to everybody so far this year. Don't feel too bad. He's been destroying everybody this year. He's on pace to get 2K in receiving yards. Don't feel bad. He's killing everybody. He killed you pretty bad, but he's done that to everybody. And Sam Darnold, God bless him, balling out of his mind. Balling out of his mind. He is playing amazing. I have never in watching Sam Darnold play, and Sam Darnold played really good in Minnesota last year. That Sam Darnold in Washington almost looked like he took it up a level. The confidence, the throws he was making, the anticipation. He looked like a top 5 quarterback. The way he diced that defense up, he looked first team All Pro. Like it just looked maybe it was a little bit the degree of difficulty with the Washington defense. It might have been, but you know what? At the end of the day, you still got to go out there and you still got to play. He just looked different. And like really just this season, he looks different. It's like Minnesota probably. I would say this: Minnesota might be looking at Sam Darnold like, oh man, we didn't realize we were going to let him walk and he was going to level up like this. I feel like he's leveling up a little bit. So Sam Darnold's just playing on another level like that. Him and JSN, they're just playing in a whole nother tier of football right now. But they, in the off season, in the draft, you cannot have a defensive head coach and not improve your defense. Dan Quinn's staple has always been it's the defensive side of the ball. He was the defensive coordinator for one of the greatest defenses known to man in the NFL with the Legion of Boom, with Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor. And honestly, it didn't matter. It didn't matter who they played at corner, whether it was Brandon Browner, whether it was Byron Maxwell. It didn't matter who they had at corner. It was those. Like besides Richard Sherman, it didn't matter who was the number 2. As long as you had them 3, and then you had any type of pass rush, whether it was Bruce Irvin, whether it was Michael Bennett, whether it was Daryl Tapp, it didn't matter who they had on the defensive line. Dan Quinn just knew how to operate with that defense. He just knew how to take advantage of mismatches, and like he can't implement the Leo position, what he's famous for, because he has nobody skilled enough in the linebacker corps to run the Leo position. In Atlanta, he at least for a year had Vic Beasley. He at least had him for a year. He doesn't even have that with the Washington Commanders right now. He's got to find someone for that pass rush and he can build around, that he can allow. You can't see like Dan Quinn wants a fast and physical and versatile defense, and he doesn't have that with the Washington Commanders right now. He's got to go out and truly improve that. He's got to get pass rush, whether it's a linebacker, whether it's a true edge,
you need
put
corners.
his hand in the ground.
They need corners.
You got to. Oh, absolutely, got to get corners. This Marshawn Lattimore, y'all got in Washington. This is not peak New Orleans Marshawn Lattimore, who was in the convo as far as being the best corners in the league. Y'all, this ain't him. He is barbecue chicken every. He is barbecue chicken every week, just about. He is barbecue chicken every week, and then it's just man, Dan Quinn's got to do. He's got to identify the talent that's out there, whether it's free agency, through a trade, in the draft. He's got to address that. He's got to analyze that. He's got to identify it, and he's got to attack. He's got to bring some talented defensive players in. Otherwise, they're going to be in the same rut from the standpoint of Jaden Daniels can't do his thing with this offense if this defense is getting lit up like a Christmas tree every week, and they can't get off of the field, and then the offense ain't necessarily in the greatest of field positions because the defense can't do what they need to do. So I think it starts with the defense. They got to improve on the defense, and most definitely the offensive line too. Just that they got it's like it's crazy just to think people want to call it a fluke. I feel like at the end of the day, you still got to go out there and play the games. They made the NFC Championship game. They got there, and it's not like they beat some cupcakes to get there.
Yo, we beat some legit teams.
Exactly, and these were road games. You took out Tampa
Bay
in the wild card.
and Detroit in the divisional round.
In the wild card. You took out Detroit in the divisional round. Very few people picked Washington to beat Detroit in that game, and Washington ate their food, drank everything in the refrigerator, like and kicked. Let me tell you something. Ate their food, drank their juice, kissed their girl, walked out the front door, left it open with a smile on their face, and could not care less. Washington manhandled Detroit in the playoffs last year, and it's just a matter of they didn't fully address everything that they should have addressed, and it's come back and it's kind of bit them a little bit. They got to do better at analyzing what needs to be fixed, and it's that defense, it's that pass rush, and it's honestly, just go with a mindset that you're going to improve that defense and just go get them. Get you some pass rush, get corners. Just do what you need to do to improve that defense and improve that offensive line as well. That way, when Jaden Daniels is healthy and 100%, he comes in the next year ready to roll. Because I seriously think this team, when this team can be healthy enough to really make noise in the NFC for years to come. But Dan Quinn's got to start the ball rolling in the offseason. At this point, I think you have to mail it in. I mean, Jaden Daniels out for the year. You're not going anywhere with Marcus Mariota. I think you mail it in. You see what you have. You see who you want to bring back, who you want to let go, and then you just go into the offseason with a mindset of getting better for 2026. I'm not giving up on Jaden Daniels at all either. I think he's going to be one of the future faces of this league for years to come because I just think he's that talented enough. But that coaching staff got to help him. I just hope they analyze everything and get what they need for Washington to come back in 2026 and be a better squad. I seriously think the future is still bright for this team, but it starts with Dan Quinn analyzing what they need to do and getting it, and Josh Harris in that front office helping them analyze and just get the right players there. I think they're going to be around. This is just one of those years you just kind of say, you know what? Injuries happen. We ain't been the greatest. It is what it is. We come back 2026 with a better outlook and hopefully some better players.
Well, you can't keep relying on older players. You have to rely on younger players. You have to identify, you have to draft, and you have to develop. Could it be because Washington rested on their morals after last season? Who knows? That may be legitimate. Yeah. But if you're Washington, it's just inexcusable because, again, as fans like myself who are looking forward and excited to see something good, something fresh with this new ownership, we're starting back from scratch. Reason why I say Daniel Snyder may be getting the last laugh is because, hey, I'm no longer there with the ownership anymore. I'm done. I'm out of here. Y'all screwing up. Y'all haven't learned. Y'all haven't gotten any better. But yeah, we did, Daniel Snyder. We did get better last year. We've done far more things that you could have ever done in your 20 plus years as stewardship. But the thing is, with Washington, I hope and pray this is not for perpetuity. We can look at it and say, hey, injuries. We could have done a better job signing Terry early in the offseason. We have to adjust the offensive line. And again, as Champ always talks about the offensive line, quarterback and not throw on his back. At the end of the day, it's that defensive line. And if you don't get a defensive line to go after that offensive line and to go after that quarterback, you're giving that quarterback enough time in the pocket. You're making sure that quarterback jersey is clean as tied. And that's the problem with Washington. They got to get depth with that D line. They got to get corners and it can't just be, they got to be strong physical corners because when you look at that wide receivers in that division, A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors when healthy, and then of course CD and George Pickens. You got to get talent and you got to get players to draft and develop. And look, I hope this is not the case for Washington moving forward. I'm still outraged, not just with we lost. It's one thing to lose. It's entirely another thing to get your ass whooped. That was humiliating. Yes, BRF, I understand Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith-Njigba, they've been doing it all season, all year long. No shame to losing that type of talent. But to get embarrassed and humiliated on a home game on a Sunday Night Football, nah. And for them to bring back and for them to allow Jane Daniels on that football field and for this team, inexcusable. You should know if you're Dan Quinn. You should know if you're Cliff Kingsbury. You knew about his health issues prior to that. So for you to allow him to still be on that game being blown out by 31 points in the fourth quarter, don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any justification. I don't want to hear any explanation whatsoever. If you know you're about to get blown out, the quarterback, the first team offense, you're done. We'll go in with the backups until this game is over. But we have to get D-line. We have to get corners. We have to get O-line help. And we may have to look at another number 2 wide receiver for Terry McLaurin because Terry McLaurin is 30 years old. So he has at least 3-4 more years left in the tank. And we got to get a tight end because you can't just rely on Zach Ertz at this stage and age in his career. He's 34 years old.
Yeah. I mean, might want to look at the free agency because there's no guarantee we're going to bring back Kyle at this point. So that may be a target for you guys going forward. Maybe a target. I don't know for sure though.
All right. I hope so, but again, Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, if there was ever a time you fired them, that would have been the night. But but heck, for Washington, I hope this is going to be a season. We're definitely going to miss the playoffs. Hopefully, we'll get ourselves a good draft pick, get ourselves offensive line or defensive line. We'll see how that goes. But fellas, let's talk about the Chiefs at Bills. Let James Cook, in the words of Undisputed World Champ, let James Cook, 27 carries, 114 yards. But James Cook didn't do it all by himself. Let's give love to Josh Allen as well, too. 23 26, 278 yards, 1 touchdown. He also had a couple of rushing touchdowns as well. Dalton Kincaid, 6 for a $101. We talk about Buffalo. They have a really good tight end duo with Knox and Kincaid. Patrick Mahomes struggled throughout that game. Didn't play well. Overall, you got to give credit where it's due to Buffalo. But let's wait and see with Buffalo, because who knows? They may face Kansas City again. And we've seen Buffalo, how they've beaten Kansas City in the regular season, but then come postseason time, whether if it's at Kansas City or at Buffalo, same result. So Josh Allen, to his credit, he did a great job taking care of the football. The concern with Buffalo defensively was stopping the run. That wasn't the case. So I think if you're Buffalo, this is a good win, a bounce back win. But again, you got New England. You cannot disregard New England. So with Drake May at that QB, with Mike Vrabel as the head coach, and with New England moving forward, it's not going to be Buffalo's here to lose. So if I'm Buffalo, hey, as for Kansas City, I mean, I still believe they'll make the playoffs. But it's not going to be easy. And you're going to have to address some things with this offense. You lost your best guard, Joe Thuney. He's now in Chicago. So you have to address that in the draft. Travis Kelce, you need to get a tight end. You need to get that tight end from Oregon. The running back, I still love Pacheco. It was also reported that they tried to get Brees Hall, Kansas City, according to Connor Hughes of SNY. Kansas City was willing to trade for a 4th-round pick to get Brees Hall, but the Jets, they wanted a 3rd. So that wasn't going to work out. I just think for this game, man, let James Cook cook. And when Josh Allen plays efficiently and when he takes care of the football and when he's not asked to do as much, Buffalo's a damn good football team. But BRF, what are your thoughts?
Man, it's crazy to think that we're halfway in the season, and if the playoffs started today, the Kansas City Chiefs wouldn't be in the playoffs because they're the AC. They wouldn't make the playoffs, and that's crazy. That's crazy to think about. We normally with the Kansas City Chiefs, we're always like, you know what, hey, this is the Chiefs we're talking about. We can write them off all we want, but eventually they're going to be there. There's a different type of feel about them. It's like for the first time in a while, particularly after watching that Buffalo game, I don't trust Kansas City like I have in years past. Like whether it's the running game not being as effective, offensive line not being as effective, like are the targets really reliable outside of Rashee Rice? Like it's crazy to think about because I could say something like this and then Kansas City could run off like 4 in a row and I'm like, yep, there it goes. See, I wrote them off too early. But I just don't have that kind of like feeling about Kansas City like I used to. It's like they don't feel like the boogeyman anymore. You know, they don't feel like the Grim Reaper. They don't feel like the one that at a moment's notice they're just going to come out of nowhere and they're going to snatch your soul. And next thing you know, Kansas City's back in the AFC Championship game, playing for the right to go back to the Super Bowl again. Like I just don't have that. Like, you know, I look at the teams that right now that are in the playoffs. I think like Buffalo already played their hand against Kansas City. Buffalo showed you they can get them. New England went into Buffalo and kind of took their heart a little bit with that win they got early in the season. I think Mike Vrabel's the coach of the year. Mike Vrabel's my coach of the year personally. But I don't know. Like, Brees Hall in that backfield would have been a major relief for Patrick Mahomes. Having a guy like Brees Hall who can do it all, run between the tackles, run zone, run toss, like run every which way, and still get forced out of the backfield as far as a receiver. You know, he's one of those all-purpose do-it-all type of backs. And I think right now, at this stage of Patrick Mahomes' career, Isaiah Pacheco is a good running back. He does still have Kareem Hunt. I feel like he just doesn't have I think right now at this stage in his career with with things like not being as fluent as it's been in the past. A Brees Hall for Patrick Mahomes would do wonders for him in terms of when all else breaks down, having that check down when all of your receivers are covered and having that check down out of the backfield. I think right now that would do Patrick Mahomes some wonders. And he don't really have that as far as an all-purpose reliable kind of talent behind him. Like he has good back, but I think he needs someone like a Brees Hall to kind of really open up the offense again. Because I mean, he does have good wide receivers outside of Rasheed Rice. He does have Xavier Worthy. He does have Hollywood Brown. He does have targets. I don't see personally why they don't run more two tight end sets and use Noah Gray. I'm like, when are they going to incorporate Noah Gray more in his offense? I get Travis Kelce can still get you first downs. He can still get you red zone targets and touchdowns and all that, but having a Noah Gray at the tight end position who can stretch the field and command the middle of the field as far as taking the top off of a defense that way is good to have, and they don't really incorporate him out on the field like that much. I don't get that kind of, and I think you're starting to see that with the NFL, well, in the AFC. They don't look at the Kansas City Chiefs as the boogeyman anymore. And I think that's really I think that's what it all boils down to. The Kansas is no, it's not like for the last few years, Kansas City just felt like the final boss in the AFC, and for the first time in about 3 or 4 years, it don't feel like that. They lost a little bit of that aura a little bit. So I think now you're really gonna see teams go up against Kansas City, really give them their best shot because I don't think they're really fearing them like that. Now, with that all being said, it is still the Kansas City Chiefs. And I do still feel like as long as you have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, you're never done and you're never out of it. But some of that mystique is kind of gone because we've seen it this year. Teams have given them their best shot and they haven't always responded. So this is going to be like a real test for the Chiefs. Last 8 games of the season, they're 5-4, but they're 5-4, a seed out of the playoffs. This is going to be a true test for them to test their will and their resiliency because they're not like it's like they've thrived on being the hunted. But now it's like they're still kind of the hunted as the defending AFC champs, but now teams are getting them and they're not responding to that pressure like they have in years past. So these last 8 games are going to be real telltale as far as what the Kansas City Chiefs are going to do getting into the playoffs because for the first time in a while, I'm a little skeptical. Everything's not clicking like it has been. Like you're waiting for it to click, but it's like, okay, we're 9 games in. When is it going to click? We're in November. Is it really going to click now? So if they're going to really make a run, it's got to start now. Otherwise, they could miss the playoffs.
Be a champ.
You forgot my name. Shame on you. Not just playing. Hey man, you got to keep the funnies going. Look, the shifts. You got to call them the shifts when they losing. But the shifts ain't looking good right about now, man. And the league need to be thanking their lucky stars that they didn't get their hands on Brees Hall. They better be thinking their lucky stars. And I don't understand why they just didn't give him a third rounder for Brees Hall. That's a given if you really want me to be honest with me. You want a third round pick for that caliber of a back? Go ahead and have at it. I think that could have put them back in a good position if you really want me to be honest with you. But to BRF's point and to your point, PSP, they're not the boogeyman anymore. It's not that fear. You remember I compared to last year with Alabama. Remember when facing Alabama, it's just like everybody was just shaking in their boots. But you saw that last year, once Kellen DeBoer came in, everybody's not shaking as much anymore. Everybody feel like they could beat them now that Nick Saban's gone. That's what it feels like with Kansas City at this point. It's like it's not that aura of invincibility. It's not that aura of you facing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. It's like you are beatable at this point. You are beatable at a certain point, and you are. It's not that same invincibility. It's not that same flair. And to be honest with you, you kind of knew it was going to take place because they're not even the best team in their division at this point. Part of the reason why they were so great is because they were in a very, very weak division. You knew they was going to win those couple games a year in order to put them over the top. You knew they was going to win those 6 games a year in order to put them over the top, right? Now you have the best coaching, arguably, in the league as far as coaching division is concerned. If you're looking at what I'm looking at right now with the Broncos, they're one of the most complete teams in the league. They have the offensive line. They have defense out the behind. 45 sacks in 9 games. 45 sacks in 9 games. That has not been done since the 89 Vikings.
That's crazy.
You have the running game. J.K. Dobbins is just resurrected at this point, despite the injury history that he has. Bo Nix, he will make a few bonehead Brett Favre type mistakes. But at the end of the day, he produces. They're not even the most feared team in their division at this point. Then you got to think about Harbaugh, and you have to think about the fact that Justin Herbert, he's playing his greatest ever, although his 2 offensive line is out at this point. Joe Alt and Rashad Slater is out at this point at this point in time. So the reason it's not that aura anymore is because, number one, there's more competition in that division. That division right now, as far as coaching and quarterbacks are concerned, that's entering the level of the 2010 NFC South. That's entering that echelon if everything goes right. Remember, during that time, you had Drew Brees, Matty Ice, and MVP Cam Newton. You had 2 MVPs and 2 surefire Hall of Famers in the form of Drew Brees and Matty Ice. That's what they have right now. You have Patrick Mahomes. He's not just the biggest dog in that division anymore. You have 2 other pit bulls in the form of Bo Nix and that defense. And you have Justin Herbert with Jim Harbaugh and that defense, and he's playing lights out. So you're no longer the big dog, and you're the only one roaming the yard. Now there's 2 other big dogs looking to take you out. That's another big reason why that aura is not there anymore.
I don't think it's because of quarterback play, champ, because yes, I understand there are much better quarterbacks now with Patrick Mahomes compared to what he previously faced. Bo Nix at times, he's a good enough quarterback, but the first 3 quarters, he doesn't play particularly well, but in fourth quarter money time, he finds a way to deliver. When you look at Justin Herbert, Luis, shout out to Luis, but he is very critical on Justin Herbert because at times people feel like they give him a pass whenever he doesn't have the type of performance we imagine or we expect him to play. And then after that, of course, there's Geno Smith with the Raiders. I think the problem is with Kansas City losing depth. Again, the offense is not as explosive as it was before. No Tyreek Hill. I mean, yes, you have Worthy. You have Marquise Hollywood Brown. But you're going to have to move on. You're going to have to get some younger talent. They need help with the O-line. They got to address that. They got to address the new tight end. They got to get another running back because even though Kareem Hunt is still effective, he's not the Kareem Hunt of old. He's still a good enough running back, and then, of course, the defense. I think the defense has done its part to help them and hang in games, but the offense, they just got to worry about getting the offensive line and getting a lot of other things together. Do I think this season is contingent of what Kansas City will be moving forward? Probably not. but they got to address some needs. But I don't expect this for them to be like this moving forward because they realize they know they still have a chance, champ. Even though you may say, "Hey, Mahomes may not be the GOAT." I never said he was the GOAT. I said he has a chance. And if Kansas City, if they want to capitalize on that chance, then hey, you gotta do whatever you can. I just give credit to Buffalo. I think they had more to do with Buffalo because of James Cook running the football, as you've often said. Josh Allen, when he plays efficiently, because what was the knock on Josh Allen coming out of the draft? Turnovers. That's no longer the issue these past couple of years. So, and again with Buffalo, at one point we were having discussions. Is Sean McDermott going to be out? I think so far that's not the case anymore.
No.
But the thing is with Kansas City, they've lost some pieces. They didn't really do much in free agency and in the draft that really say, okay, they're going to compete again. And then of course you gotta hope Rashee Rice. Let's not hope he doesn't get involved with any more situations off the field because we all know what happened. So they got to get younger. They got to get the offensive line. And Patrick Mahomes, he did not play well in that game. But with that offensive line, you always say, champ, quarterback cannot throw on his back.
Absolutely. They got a lot to address, and this team is in the middle. The thing is, the reason why they're not going through a rebuild is because they have Patrick Mahomes and some of these other key players on that team. That's the reason why. If there were any other team with a high profile quarterback, with a very, very highly paid quarterback, we'd be saying that they were in the beginning of a rebuild, especially after losing your two best offensive line.
That's
You
bad.
lost your two best offensive line. That is going to put you behind the 8 ball for at least 2 years. But, because like I stated, you can have whoever you would like, but the quarterback cannot throw on his back. He can't throw on his back. And that's what you're seeing a lot of at this point is him being Patrick Mahomes is on the run a lot. He's on the run a hell of a lot. And that's the reason why you're not able to generate as many of these explosive offensive plays that you are normally seeing. You're not seeing the normal Kansas City Chiefs that we saw, the last 3 years. So there's a lot to be desired in Kansas City, but look, the thing is, Kansas City, they have a history of great drafting. They have a history of great free agency signings. They have a history of a little bit of everything when it comes to.
That's why I'm not concerned about them moving forward, champ. I think this season, yes, they may look at it and say Super Bowl hangover. You can also look at it and say, well, we didn't do our part in the offseason to address the needs as quickly as we were supposed to. And I think trading Joe Thuney was a big mistake. Big mistake for Kansas City. And they're going to have to work out some things. Mm-hmm. Arizona versus Dallas. Look, Champ and I, we predicted Arizona to lose to Dallas. I'm not at all surprised because, again, Arizona has had their number against Dallas, not to mention Dallas's defense. And I did the video, Arizona stuns Dallas. Check it out on the Sports PSP pod. I think it's best that Jacoby Brissett moving forward will be the starter for the remainder of the season. They placed Kyler Murray on IR. I think what you've seen from Jacoby Brissett, if you look at the numbers, they're just better. I mean, passing yards per game, total yards, touchdowns. He has played much better than Kyler Murray so far this season. And I think it's time for them to move on from Kyler Murray. The question is where they should trade him. As far as Arizona, regardless of the fact that they are 3-5, they're a better team than given credit for. There were games that they should have won early on in the season. San Francisco, they definitely should have won against Tennessee.
Yes.
And, of course, Green Bay. And when you look at Jacoby Brissett, for him as a journeyman quarterback, for him to step up and take over the offense. And we're seeing the potential of Marvin Harrison because early on, Marvin Harrison had some struggles. That's why Marvin Harrison Sr., the Hall of Fame wide receiver of the Indianapolis Colts, had a lot to say about the offense. He wasn't complaining on Monday night because Marvin got his targets. Marvin would have had over 100 yards. But when I look at Arizona, they have more potential. They are a better team than what the record states. As for Dallas, their offense, they had some struggles. But Arizona has a good enough defense, with Will Johnson. But their offense has been a concern these past couple of games. They've been struggling lately. And when the offense is not going, what about your defense? And look, we will touch on it later on in the show. They brought in Quentin Williams in the trade. Still in all, that's a heck of a trade. What is that going to do collectively as far as with the defense? They have to fire Matt Eberflus once the season is over. They have to. And no, they have to. And also another thing, we need to stop Stephen A. Smith. Stop trying to act as if you don't love the Dallas Cowboys. You do. You love it as Champ loves them big ass drawers. We all know for a fact you love them Dallas Cowboys. You love them Dallas Cowboys. You love Jerry Jones. You love going to AT&T Stadium. You love hyping and talking about the Dallas Cowboys because after all, you're obsessed with it. I mean, hey, Michelle Obama even said yourself, you're becoming more of a reality star nowadays. So, Jerry, even though I will give him credit for some of these recent trades with Logan Wilson and Quinn Williams, of course, that's still not going to be enough for you to overcome this team. And I've said it before, I'll say it again with Jerry Jones. The worst thing that ever happened to him was when he fired Jimmy Johnson, replaced him with Barry Switzer, won a Super Bowl, giving Jerry Jones the validation, I'm going to do things my way. I'm going to do it my way. And you still haven't won a Super Bowl, been to a Super Bowl, even been to a conference championship game in 30 years now. And I don't know how much longer can you do it, Jerry. The offense, like I said with Dallas's offense, when they're not going, you're going to have to rely on their defense. And their defense can't stop anybody. Can't stop a nosebleed, can't stop anybody at this particular point. So, Undisputed World Champ, what are your thoughts?
Hey, look, Stephen A., we know you like Dallas. Stop pretending. The game is up. You up there sitting in the box, man. How you sitting up there in the owner's box with Jerry Jones eating popcorn? And
I told you, he loves the Cowboys more than you love them big ass drawers.
Why I got a little big ass drawer? What's up with that, dude? What's up
No,
with
we
that,
all
dude?
know you love them big women. I love them big women too.
Why you gotta put the business out there in front of everybody, man? Don't be trying to do that in front of the company. But I can't even talk today.
Woo! Moving on.
Moving on.
Oh boy.
I need to add
Oh
levity
goodness.
to the show.
But hey, the last team to start 3-5 and eventually make the playoffs was the Dallas Cowboys after they made the trade for Amari Cooper. Ironically, they were struggling on offense when they did that. So now that they made this trade for Quentin Williams, who's a run stopper and a pass rusher at this point, you have to ask yourself how well that's going to improve everything. You got to ask yourself that question. As far as everything else is concerned, look, Arizona, it's time to get a haul. It's time to get a haul. First, second, maybe a third. 2 first, second, maybe a third. But you got to get Kyler out of there. At this point, it's a lost cause. We give Trevor Lawrence all this flack, but we need to show that same energy to Kyler Murray because he hasn't done anything. And like I stated before, and I don't mean to regurgitate the same information, but the thing is, you saw what everybody wanted to blame Cliff Kingsbury, but you saw what he was able to do when he had a cooperative quarterback. You saw what he was able to do when he had a coachable quarterback. You saw it. So it's time to say goodbye to Kyler. I know that Jacoby Brissett is not the answer long term. So you got to look at these next couple of drafts to see if you're going to either draft a quarterback or maybe you need to contact the Cleveland Browns to see if you can get a certain quarterback off their bench, or even contact Dallas to see if a developmental project can be done with Joe Milton. So you got to do something. Kyler, he's washed out of there. We tried to blame everybody. But guess what? At the end of the day, the problem is him. It's time to face the facts. We tried to blame it on the coach before Cliff Kingsbury. We tried to blame it on the franchise. We tried to blame it on weapons. We've tried to blame it on lack of running game. But all of that has come into fruition at this point. Now it's time to place the blame where it belongs, and that is on Kyler. BRF, man, look, let's just be real, bro. Can I just be real honest? You remember how Michael Vick used to look back when we knew everybody was insinuating that he didn't watch film? That's how Kyler looks when he's on the field. He looks just like Michael Vick did during that 2006 season. He can make big plays. He can give you some yes plays, and he can have these magnificent performances. But when he looks horrible, he looks horrible. And the thing is, you can't look that horrible and make us believe that you are watching film. You cannot make us believe that you are watching film when you're looking like 2006 Michael Vick. You cannot make me believe that. Like I said, Michael Vick had that 1,000-yard season, but if you look at the eye test of that season, it was horrible. That is how Kyler Murray looked when he was on the field this year. He looks like he's just relying on natural ability in order to get him through.
Actually, here's a quote from Kyler Murray, champ. This was back in 2021. He said, "I think I was blessed with the cognitive skills to just go out there and just see it before it happens. I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit there and kill myself watching film. I don't sit there for 24 hours and break down this team and that team and watch every game because in my head, I see so much." So what I took from that quote, Kyler, was you feel like you're so unique as a talent that you don't need to do the necessary things just in order for you to be prepared.
And remember who else said that? Remember the Michael Vick documentary that came out? He said he felt like back in when he was in Atlanta, he said, look, I feel like I didn't need to watch film because guess what? I knew when I got in some trouble, I was at least going to go for either 30 or 40 yards, get 100 yards, and then I was going to be so unpredictable that they can't stop me. It sounds just like Michael Vick. And the thing is, look, let's just address a lot of elephants in the room at this point because it's a big old elephant. Teams need to do a hell of a lot better of a job evaluating these blame quarterbacks before you start giving them $200 million. Film included. If you have to pay somebody to do their damn job as far as watching film and you're the quarterback, I can understand if you're the wide receiver. I can understand that. and you know just particular passing plays. But you're the quarterback. The ball is in your hand. And like I stated, when he looks on the field this year, and even last year, he looks like 2006 Michael Vick. It looks like he's just relying on natural ability. Just natural ability in order to get him through. And look, you're playing elite NFL defenses. You're in one of the most competitive divisions in football. You're in the NFC West. You not only have to worry about yourself, you have to worry about the 49ers, and you have to worry about the Rams. So I don't know what you're doing at a certain point in order to prepare yourself or what your beef is, but you need to grill it up and eat it. Because if you're not doing the right things now, then how are you going to go to another team and convince them to give you to keep that contract?
But what does it say, champ, with the organization by putting that clause in his contract? You put it out there, and Kyler, you signed on the dotted line. And after 3 years, Kyler was pushing them because, again, he is a quarterback. If you can't find a quarterback, who you gonna find? I mean, if you can't find someone, who you gonna find to replace Kyler? So he had leverage. But the thing is, champ, with Kyler, and again, no, he did have leverage because after 3 years, each and every year they got better. Last 2 years, back-to-back Pro Bowl seasons. Third year, the first half of the season, had not been for injury, Kyler was on pace. The first half, he was the favorite for the MVP, and then cooled off because they looked at Cliff Kingsbury before he took the head coaching job for the Arizona Cardinals. What was his record in Texas Tech? And he had the same thing just like with Arizona. He starts off well, he cools off. Then later on with Kyler Murray, they gave him the contract. But Arizona, you knew exactly what you were getting yourself into with Kyler. Kyler's had immaturity issues. Remember, Patrick Peterson, Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. Calvin Beachum has criticized them. Larry Fitzgerald Sr., the father of Larry Fitzgerald, called him spoiled. If it's coming from the father of Larry Fitzgerald, who is class personified, who is a first ballot Hall of Famer, a consummate professional, if it's coming from the father, it had to come from his son. Are we going to believe that the son made it up? And the thing is, Kyler, look, remember, champ, let's go back. Because last year he responded to a video on my IG in which I made the mistake by tagging him. That was my fault. But Kyler Murray took the time to respond to my video until he ultimately blocked me, in which he felt offended for me questioning his work ethic. Okay, Kyler, I don't know what you do behind the scenes, but I would expect for you to do your part. After all, you are a professional athlete. They drafted you with the #1 overall pick. And Kyler, if you feel offended for anyone to question your work ethic or immaturity, why would the Cardinals, an organization that gave you all this amount of money, why would they put that homework clause in your contract, Kyler? You still to this day have not addressed or answered that because they know you were bullshitting. And the fact of the matter is, Kyler, the fact that Jacoby Brissett has looked this damn good with this offense, if that's not indicative to how bad things are for Kyler Murray, I don't know what to say. So he has to be traded. Now the question is where? Pittsburgh or some small market out there? Because you said it before, Chad, you wouldn't want him in Atlanta or a big market. If you couldn't concentrate in Arizona, what makes you think you can concentrate elsewhere? But he has to go to a place where he can be held accountable. But Kyler, to me, still looking like he's just playing Call of Duty.
Hey, I kept saying that if you can't concentrate in Arizona, then what makes you think you can concentrate anywhere? Arizona, look, man, Arizona is places where some of the best MMA fighters go to train. BRF, you know this for a fact. Greg Jackson trains his fighters there. And if you don't know who Greg Jackson is, that's who trained Nate Marquardt. That's who trained John Jones. That's who trained Rashad Evans. Some of the greatest fighters in the world, Greg Jackson, they trained in Arizona. They trained there for the heat, for the humidity, for the elevation. That's where they train. They train there for the heat, the elevation, in order to make sure that you're able to do some, in order to make sure that your conditioning is right. And look, I not only said that, look, remember the video you sent me earlier, PSP, with Cam Newton, and he was talking about John Morant.
Yes,
And he
Cam
talked about the small markets and the big markets.
Yes, because if you having those types of attitude or behavioral issues in like Memphis, would you want Ja to be in Atlanta, New York, LA, Chicago? No, you don't want that. But the thing is, it's enough with Kyler. We've seen enough. It's been 7 years since he's been with the Cardinals organization. Okay, the Cardinals organization, they can say, Kyler, we've done our part to help you out. We've got you got you a new offensive guy. We moved on from Cliff Kingsbury. We did all these things to accommodate you. We even got you a generational talent in Marvin Harrison Jr. Ironically, he's the worst one out of all those wide receivers compared to Jackson Smith-Njigba, Terry McLaurin, and so many others. But the future is still bright for Marvin Harrison Jr. We've done our part. We got you Trey McBride. We've done our part to giving you help. And the offense, when you're on the football field, hasn't done its part. So I think for Kyler, it's best case that he needs to be traded. Whether, I don't know, Pittsburgh, because they need help at quarterback position. I don't expect Aaron Rodgers to be around next year. Or what, New Orleans? I don't know if New Orleans, they gonna end up having the number 1 overall pick, and they probably gonna lean towards Mendoza from Indiana. I have him as my favorite for the Heisman right now. Or they may look, or who knows? Who knows? Who knows what team out there is willing to take Kyler Murray? And let's not act as if Kyler Murray is not talented, because he is. He's exciting to watch. He's fun. He does have a big arm, but Kyler's problem has been health. That was the concern about him from college, and also the immaturity.
Yes.
And when you took the time to respond to me on Instagram, and again, I will own up because I shouldn't have tagged him. That was my fault. But at the same time, for you to respond like that, Kyler, that tells me who you are.
Hey, you was doing your job as a reporter. Tagging part, okay. But
no, I have to take responsibility on that part. That's my fault. At the end of the day, I have to take responsibility on that part. But for Kyler to respond that way, and when you for you to question and for you to have a problem with me questioning your work ethic, again, Kyler, why would they put that clause in your contract?
The same reason why they would put a weight clause in mine. Just being real, bro. Just being real. They will put a weight clause in my contract. Got it? Look, if somebody puts something in your contract, that means you got to keep something under control. They put weight clauses in Curt Schilling's contract. Remember Curt Schilling? He had a weight clause in his contract. Remember Charles Barkley? Remember Zion Williams? He has a weight clause in his contract. If they see you have a problem, remember Nate Newton? He was an offensive lineman. And he had a weight clause in his contract. So if somebody puts something in your contract, it's validity to it. This has to have some validity to it. Everybody ain't lying, especially when, look, and the point is this. You signed it.
You and your representation looked at that contract and you signed it. So the fact also that you signed it tells me
you signed it. if you would have came out in the media and made a big old stink about it, I'm not finna sign nothing. You know I'm watching film and raised all type of hell about it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you signed it. And then when you got embarrassed, you got boo-boo face. So again, you responding to people talking about, oh yeah, I've been doing my job. Look, I can't tell it. I can't tell it because you have not improved at all last couple of years. You have not improved at all. And Jacoby Brissett is a journeyman quarterback. He has this offense clicking. So if you've been working, I can't tell it. What I mean, the proof is always in the pudding. You can lie all you want to. You can lie and say I'm working hard. The ball and that film has no feelings. It does not lie at all. Because and it's not his size either. We've seen quarterbacks of his size would not even have the talent that he has succeed. We saw Doug Flutie succeed. And he didn't have half of the ability that Kyler Murray had. He didn't have half the speed, half the accuracy. And he didn't have a third of the weapons. So it's all about how hard are you willing to work? And are you going to work rather than pointing fingers at everybody? Like I said, damn near 3 head coaches have been fired up under his watch. Anybody else that would have happened to, we'd have been calling for them to lose their position. Hell, we have. Look at Dak Prescott. 3 head coaches have been fired up under him. And guess what? Everybody has been calling for his head, although he's been playing very, very good. Had an MVP caliber season as well. So if you sign the contract talking about a film clause, you signed it. Either that or you didn't read the contract, which means you're either walking on the wild side at a certain point, and you know you're not doing what you're supposed to. That's why you signed the contract, or you didn't read it, which makes you a lot of other things. I'm just gonna be real. If you're not reading your contract and understanding the language, you just let them read it for you. You are in a bad state of affairs.
That just tells you how unprofessional you were or are.
Exactly.
So, I mean, look, man, I think it is time for them to move on with Kyler. Again, I still believe Kyler is a very talented quarterback, but I think Arizona needs a fresh new start. And Kyler's lucky, Chip, because remember, in 2023, they were projected to have the #1 overall pick, and they could have drafted Caleb Williams. Arizona would have to make a serious decision. Do we really want to draft Caleb, or do we really want to keep Kyler? And say whatever you want about Caleb Williams, I haven't heard anything regarding him not studying, not watching film or anything. As far as we know.
Again, and look, even when they won the game, and people don't like to talk about this because that diffuses the whole narrative of bull job that they like to spew against Caleb. You saw what happened when they won that game and he threw that interception and didn't have a good game, right? See, we played well on defense. We ran the ball well. Didn't do too well in the passing game. I have to get better. I have to perform. That's part of the deal when you're a quarterback. You got to call yourself out at times. You can't just sit around here, no, you have to point to yourself and say, I am the problem. Enough's enough. Now, like I said, we've seen shorter quarterbacks succeed. We saw Doug Flutie succeed, and we saw Russell Wilson succeed. And guess what? Your natural ability, it just seems like you're relying on that at this point. You're just relying on natural ability at this point, and that's what's getting you through it. Now that the league is catching up with you, it doesn't seem like you have that, it doesn't seem like that natural ability is just going to get you by anymore. Now you're in trouble. And that's just the long and short of it.
BRF.
Yeah, I definitely think because I touched on it. I touched on it on the pod after after all the trade deadline, when all the moves were made and all that stuff. I touched on it like Jacoby Brissett coming into Arizona and being able to operate this offense at a level higher than you when you've literally been there and you have all this time to get in the playbook and study it and understand all the concepts and being able to be prepared every single Sunday. The fact that he's coming in as a journeyman quarterback and is basically taking this team by the horns, took your job because he's already been announced. He's been announced. He's definitely been announced for Sunday. It wouldn't shock me if he just kept the job for the end of the year and then they look and see what they do with Kyler. I think it's time because is Tyler one of the most is Kyler one of the most talented guys in the league? Absolutely. Kyler Murray is one of the most talented quarterbacks in this league. But what is talent without the preparation and the work ethic needed to get the job done on Saturdays? I mean, talent is just one of the phases. You need everything to come together to be the best possible player you can be, and Kyler Murray is not doing that. It's a shame because he's too talented of a guy to like not really be in best quarterback in the league conversations, but at the same time, it's like you don't warrant that when your work ethic isn't. You're not bringing your work ethic to the table every week and week in and week out. You're the face of this franchise. You're expected to, the leader. That leadership is expected from you. First man out, last man in type of leadership. They expect that from you, like the young guys on the team, not the wide receivers, the running backs. Like it doesn't matter. You have to be the guy for them. You have to be the one to take that lead, and they follow your lead. And if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, what does that say as far as the other guys that are supposed to count on you as far as leadership as being as being one of the captains, the face of the franchise? So I definitely think after the season over, if they're not in the playoffs, which I don't think they'll make. I mean, look, they're 3-5. Crazier things has happened, but I just don't. I don't know about Arizona making the playoffs this year. They're with Jacoby Brissett. I will say this though: they're a lot more fun team to watch. Having a quarterback that's able to stay in structure and being able to actually hit all the throws, because we know Jacoby Brissett isn't a scrambler. He likes to drop back, stand in the pocket, scan the field, and get rid of the ball. That's what he likes to do. And Marvin Harrison, like he had a nice he had his first big kind of primetime show on Monday night, and he did not fail to disappoint. He delivered. As far as the damn Dallas Cowboys are concerned, y'all defense is dog water. I mean, just bottom of the dog dish, dog water bad. That's how bad your defense is. Just awful. And I was I was leaning Dallas to win before the game because I just felt like at the end of the day, with the weapons and the fact that they were healthy, I felt like it should have been too much for Arizona. But Arizona they came in and they played their game. They did what they wanted to do. That defense couldn't stop a nosebleed. If you gave them the Q-tip and you gave them the cotton ball, they still wouldn't be able to do nothing with it. They couldn't stop anything, and Jacoby Brissett picked them apart. Marvin Harrison was just that route he ran on DaRon Bland for that touchdown. That's like if you playing Madden and somebody beat you really, really bad. We say give up the sticks. That was a give up. That's a give up the sticks kind of juke. That's what that was. I mean, he sat him all the way down, and that was a simple route concept. Up, took the quick in, quick slant, and that was horrible. And Still not getting pass rush. I mean, I hope with the new acquisitions coming in, I hope they do make a difference because I'm a fan of Quinn Williams. I think he's a top 5 defensive tackle. Logan Wilson is probably the unsung acquisition because of what he was doing for that Cincinnati defense, being one of the only bright spots with his ability to make plays and make tackles. So those were two good moves by the defense. I'm a little intrigued to see where it goes. Basically, I feel like your best 3 guys right now are basically like your defensive tackles because you really don't have a lot of edge rush. So you want to see what Matt Eberflus can do with the new collection of toys that he does have at his disposal. But I mean, that Monday night game doesn't really do much for me. I mean, they're going to add an element that improves that defense. Quentin Williams being, his ability to rush the passer, his ability to stop the run. Logan Wilson's ability to go sideline to sideline, make plays, but then also decent in pass coverage. I mean, he's a thumper. So I mean, I'm expecting slight improvement from those 2 spots. But overall, you need your defense to work as 11 collected together in order to be great. And when your secondary is overrated, when you're not getting edge rush to complement the defensive tackles now that you have, I mean, you can only do so much as a defense. That game was just that game was a testament to Jacoby Brissett and just how bad the Dallas Cowboys defense is and how bad they're going to continue to be unless Quentin Williams and Logan Wilson are godsends for this defense. I don't see a lot of improvement coming in for this defense because you still have to be able to rush the passer. So that was just a well played game by Arizona. They did their thing, being able to control the tempo. And yeah, that's not. If it's not the nail in the coffin for Kyler Murray being out of Arizona, it's like it's right there. It's right there. I think at this point, after 7 years, you've kind of hit your ceiling. There's not much else you can do. So you look to see what you can acquire as far as draft capital, being able to stack and being able to stockpile draft picks to help build your roster in other places. I think you have to make Kyler Murray expendable at this point. You have to see what you can get for him, and just look and see in the draft this coming year to see if you want to go at one of the intriguing quarterback talents that come out, whether it be a Fernando Mendoza, whether it be a Lenore Sellers, whether it be a Drew Alar, whether it be a Garrett Nussmeyer, whether it be one of those. You have to entertain the idea of drafting one of them in 2026 at this point because Kyler Murray has clearly shown he is not the guy to lead this franchise where they want to go.
I agree. Fellas, let's keep it real short and quick. What were your thoughts about the Jets trading Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts and Quinn Williams to the Dallas Cowboys? I think for the Colts, they won the Sauce Gardner trade. They gave up 2 first-round picks. They did give up A.D. Mitchell, but I think with the Colts, they're looking at what they're doing right now, adding in Sauce Gardner, an all-pro corner, with that team to help out the defense. And I also think for their part, and Indy still has weapons. With Alec Pierce, Tyler Warren, the tight end from Indianapolis, they know their foundation is running the ball, going with Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones. Look, he had a bad game, no doubt about it, against the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I think he'll be fine moving forward. He's found his new home in Indianapolis, apparently. Shane Steichen, in my opinion, is coach of the year. We can argue Mike Vrabel. We can argue Kyle Shanahan. But we have to throw in Shane Steichen into that conversation. As for the Jets with Quinn Williams, I think the Jets won this one. Because to me, Quinn Williams going to Dallas, again, you can't. Dallas, unfortunately, as long as Jerry Jones is running the show. Yes, Jerry, we know what he is as a GM. We cannot argue or deny the results. But at the same time, Jerry, his problem is that he's too involved with this team. Sometimes he keeps putting his foot in his mouth. Sometimes I think with the Dallas Cowboys, And they've assembled talent from Dak Prescott, Ezekiel Elliott, Des Bryant, Jason Witten, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith, Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland. They've surrounded with talent in their past. But the bottom line is, where's that still gotten them? I mean, Jerry's still gonna do things his way. Jerry's not going to change. As you say before, Champ, the definition of insanity is doing something more than once and expecting a different result. Meanwhile, for the New York Jets, you have 5 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. In 2026, you have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. And in 2027, you have those 3 first-round picks. You have to do something with these picks, because if you don't and if you fail, you're going to be the Cleveland Browns, just with a bigger market. Because you mentioned it on your pod, Champ, on that special episode on Tuesday. Hey, they had the 6th overall pick. They traded to Atlanta, and Atlanta ended up getting Julio Jones. Cleveland hasn't been the same regarding all these draft picks and all this compensation. So if I'm Woody Johnson, and if I'm the GM, I got to do something. And you better not be evaluating people based on Madden ratings. You better not do that. And look, man, you got to get yourself a good quarterback. I mean, you haven't had a quarterback at least competent going back to Chad Pennington. He was a solid quarterback during his time with the New York Jets, Champ, early on in 2002 and in 2004. And he also was there for the Miami Dolphins when they went 12-4 and won the division. So my thing is, if I am New York, I got to get it right with the quarterback. I got to get it right with the offensive line. I got to get it right with the defensive tackle and the corner now that Quentin Williams or Sauce Gardner is gone. So what do? If I'm New York? I got to make some changes. I got to make some moves. I got to do something. I think they don't mind making all these moves because, again, it is 1-7. No one is, I mean, had it not been for them beating Cincinnati, they probably would have still had the number 1 pick right now. I think New Orleans right now has the number 1 pick if the season ended today. But I think they're focusing on their future. I think they're focusing on cleaning the slate clean. But at the end of the day, Woody Johnson is still there. And it doesn't help with Woody Johnson not being cognizant of some of the things he said, especially with one Justin Fields. So my thing is, New York, you better get it right with all these draft picks. There should be no excuse for you not to get marquee talent. Otherwise, you're going to end up like the Cleveland Browns, but in a bigger market. What are your thoughts, big fella?
If you really want me to be honest, I'm going to be short and sweet with this. Much like the Cleveland Browns, the Jets draft great talent. They draft great talent. They've drafted Jamal Adams. They've drafted Sauce Gardner. They've drafted Darrelle Revis, the late, great Nick Mangold. They've drafted the Brickashaw Ferguson. They have drafted
Muhammad
Kevin
Wilkerson.
Muhammad Wilkerson. They've drafted some fairly great players. They've drafted good running backs. They've made good moves in free agency. Remember, they brought in Bart Scott during, the Rex Ryan era. Then they brought in Antonio Cromartie to pair him up with Revis Island. They've made great moves. They just have not been able to stabilize their quarterback position over the long haul. It's just like they'll have a guy who's there, mainly Mark Sanchez, the last one in memory. He'll be there for a minute. He'll provide you a spark. But in the great words of Jay-Z, he'll have a spark when he starts, but then he'll just garbage. So they got to get their quarterback position right. They have to get it right. We know that the Jets can draft. They can draft some damn good players. We've seen them. They've drafted damn good offensive linemen. They've drafted damn good receivers. They've drafted Lavernius Coles. They drafted
Wayne Kerbeck, Curtis
Moss.
Martin.
Yeah, Santana Moss. They've drafted a litany of great players. So you got to put it You gotta get yourself in a position where you not only can draft great players, you can draft a great quarterback, and you got to get the coaching right. You have to get your coaching right. You have to get your coaching and your quarterback right. I think Eric Glenn is a good coach, but he has to be given the opportunity in order to withstand. Because remember, they fired, ironically, they fired Todd Bowles when he was up there in the Jets, and look where he's at now down there in Tampa.
I think they fired him after the 2016 season when the Jets, they were one game away from making the playoffs, but they didn't do that. They lost to Buffalo in that game because I remember when Sammy Watkins in that game, he was torching Darrell Revis, who was not
Yeah.
Darrell Revis of old, but somewhat past his prime because he came back to the Jets after his time in New England. Yes, they mentioned, but yes, champ, it is, but it's still Woody Johnson. Yes, we understand all the other draft picks he's made, but I don't feel pretty comfortable when my owner is allowing Madden ratings. And yes, quarterback has been their issue throughout their time with the Jets because they haven't had a great quarterback going back to what? Joe Namath. But my thing is with the Jets, you have all these picks. Don't screw it up. Because again, and also you save up over $200 million with trading Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams. So there should be no excuse for you not to do your due diligence.
You have the cap space, you have the picks, you got to do your job. As far as the Cowboys, do your job. In the great words of Bill Belichick, and I'll leave it at that. Hey, this haul that you got, it is useless if you're not at least back in the playoffs within the next 3 years. It's useless. Because
BRF.
then you're starting all over again.
I don't trust Woody Johnson. I don't.
That's my point.
I don't. I don't trust Woody Johnson. He's he's incompetent as an owner, and just that energy that they have with the Jets franchise. It starts at the top and it trickles down. When you have an owner that cares about his franchise, that wants to see his franchise win, it trickles down into the front office. That front office puts their best foot forward to acquire the talent needed for the to put around the right, get everybody together in order to go out and win games. It's a trickle down effect. And the New York Jets is like Woody Johnson is just like a black hole when it comes to the energy of that franchise, and you can't really you can't trust him, especially when it came out like it's like I think it came out at one point like his son or grandson or whatnot was actually doing some of that himself, and it's like I'm supposed to trust you. I'm supposed to trust you. Like I'm really supposed to trust you to get this right. 5 firsts in 2 seconds. I'm supposed to trust you to get this right. I don't, because I feel like with the Jets, if you get the quarterback correct, everything will ultimately fall into place. I just don't trust Woody Johnson there. I don't trust Woody Johnson and that front office to get this right, because because like that's the crazy thing about the Jets. They have drafted really well outside of the quarterback. Like, yeah, you brought up the lineman that they've brought in. Rest in peace to late Nick Mangold, DeBrickashaw Ferguson, Kevin Mawai. The defensive, all the defensive talent that they brought in. Darrell Revis, Jamal Adams.
They also brought in a really underrated tight end in Dustin Keller.
Dustin Keller was really, I'm glad you brought him up. He was a very underrated tight end.
Yes.
Woody Johnson is just not. Woody Johnson shouldn't. I don't in that front office. You can't give them you can't really give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to getting the quarterback.
Is he the worst owner in the NFL?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, because there's you can always tell the energy of a franchise when you look at the people running it and as far as how they operate it. You look at the Indianapolis Colts. They are on cloud nine right now. Remember, their owner just passed away. But with Carly Ursay Gordon still there doing her thing, interjecting herself, trying to find ways to still make this team better, even though this team is really, really good right now. Stuff like that trickles down into the players and the coaches, and the energy is just infectious, and they go out and they play and they have fun and they win. But the two words you take out of that, what I just said, is have fun. When your team is enjoying themselves and enjoying being around each other, you're gonna get the best results every time. You're gonna go out, you're gonna make that extra block. You're gonna get that extra hustle in order to get that tackle. Just things just flow better. And with the Jets, it's like coaches get fired, players get released, players get traded, GM get replaced. Everything is getting done, but that common ground and all of that is still Woody Johnson. And as long as he's there, I just don't see the New York Jets prospering as a franchise, because when you have incompetency in the owner's box, you will get nothing done anywhere else, no matter the position.
I agree. All right, fellas, let's move on. We got our NFL picks. Let's try to keep this real short and simple. Unfortunately for the both of y'all, Atlanta at Indy. Um, in Germany, Berlin, Germany. It's at the Olympic Stadium, Berlin. Indy is a 6.5 point favorite.
Colts.
Okay.
Is the
I
vote
think
unanimous, Your Honor?
no. I think the Steelers gave us a blueprint. I'm as crazy as it sounds. I think the Steelers gave the Falcons a good defensive blueprint, and the way the Falcons defense can look rushing the passer. I think they're gonna beat them. I'm gonna pick Atlanta to win this game.
I'm gonna go with Atlanta because of that reason that BRF mentioned. If this is what I saw from the Steelers defense, and the Steelers defense before that game, they were struggling. Before that game against Indy, what am I supposed to expect with Atlanta's defense going up against Daniel Jones? But the problem is
And
BR.
Jalen Walker's getting hot too.
But the concern is BRF, and you even mentioned this yourself: the running game. How is Atlanta's running game going to stop Jonathan Taylor? That is a concern. I am excited to see the matchup between Drake London and Sauce Gardner. That's going to
Yes.
be fun to watch, though.
Oh, that's a money matchup.
And we're going to see which running back is better, Jonathan Taylor or Bijan Robinson. Although don't sleep on Tyler Algier. All right.
Absolutely.
Next one, big fella. New York at Chicago. Chicago is a 4.5 point favorite.
We're doing good.
Isn't it great?
Doing good.
Go ahead, my man.
We're doing good.
Don't poke Chicago in the eye. Gangster Squad. So I'm going with Chicago.
BRF? Oh, and we BRF, unfortunately. All right, we'll see if we can try to get BRF back on, but I got Chicago as well. Next one. This is pretty unanimous. Buffalo at Miami.
James Cook gonna get 200 yards. Buffalo.
BRF. Giants at Bears. We didn't get your prediction on that.
Giants Bears. I'm gonna go. That one I'm gonna go Chicago.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Bills versus Miami. Champ and I, we picked Buffalo. Are you unanimous?
This BTA Bills all the way.
Now
That
this is an
grind.
this is an interesting one right here. Baltimore at Minnesota, and Baltimore, believe it or not, is a 4.5 point favorite.
I'm picking Minnesota here. I like what I saw from them last week. I'm picking Minnesota.
Champ,
Uncle Lamar, don't let me down. Baltimore.
Baltimore. If Baltimore's defense can play decent, I think they'll be fine. And again, it's not just, but again, Lamar's going to have a hard time dealing with Brian Flores, though. That's going to be an
Right.
issue with. So I expect Ken Henry to eat in this game.
He's gonna have to.
Up,
Yeah.
you got the battle of the shitters. Browns at Jets. Cleveland's a 2.5 point favorite. I'm gonna probably perhaps pick the Jets because I don't know what type of play am I gonna get from Dylan Gabriel. Although if I'm the Cleveland Browns, I might as well run the football with Quinshawn Judkins and Myles Garrett, who didn't get traded. He had 5 sacks in that loss against New England. What are we supposed to expect against the Jets? I don't see him putting up 5 sacks. Maybe at least 2.5, 3.
If he gets another 5 sacks and they lose this game, then I don't want to hear another word about Dylan Gabriel. Because right now, because I'm gonna just be real, I'm gonna make it quick. You've had 2 weeks to prepare, and their 2 best defensive players is gone. So if Dylan Gabriel doesn't have at least a decent game to show us, okay, there's hope for the future, I don't want to hear nothing else. You might as well just get in the great words of one of the greatest singers of all time, in the form of Usher Raymond. It's time to get them papers, and tell Kevin Stefanski to walk.
Unless you're using Usher bucks.
In games like this, I always lean towards the team with the better defense, and that's clearly the Cleveland Browns right now. So I'm picking the Cleveland Browns because, like I said, I expect this to be a low scoring affair. I'm gonna roll with the team with the better defensive game. Like in a game like this, I'm picking Cleveland.
I'm gonna go with New York. Now, really good one right here. Patriots at Tampa. New England versus Tampa. And Tampa's a 2.5 point favorite. 79 degrees, but expecting thunderstorms.
What's so ironic about this is that both of these 2 quarterbacks have the impossible task of replacing the GOAT. So if he is commentating on this game, that will be poetic justice. With that being said, I will say I'm going to go with the Patriot way and Drake May.
You going with New England?
Oh man.
You going with New
Okay,
England,
so
big fella? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. The Patriot way and Drake May.
oh gosh, I think this game got shootout written all over it. I'm not picking against Baker Mayfield in a shootout. I got Tampa.
Just because you said that, champ, I'm hoping Atlanta gets beat down by Indy. Just playing. I mean, hey, that's what happens when you don't poke the bear. Baker Mayfield is coming off his bye week, and we've seen what Baker Mayfield has done throughout the season. People keep talking about MVP Jalen Hurts and everyone else, and that's fair and fine. But don't forget Baker. So let's see what Baker Mayfield's going to do. Now, the only concern I have, though, will Godwin and Bucky Irving play? Because they didn't practice yesterday. And it's been time now and it's been time. Yes, and also too, let's not forget the other young guys on that team, particularly Tez Johnson. And also shout out to Rashad White. When Bucky Irving and Rashad White, that's an underrated running back duo. That's a
Yes,
really
indeed.
good running back duo. There are a lot of great ones that we have, such as, of course, Robinson, Algier. So, I mean, what are other great running back duos that you can possibly think of? I mean, another good one, Saquon
Jonathan.
Bark,
Gibbs and Montgomery. You got Robinson Algier. You got Gibbs
Sonic and
Montgomery,
Knuckles, Sonic and
Sonic and
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
You
Yeah.
also you also got a good
Um.
one in, even though he hasn't played much, AJ Dillon and Saquon, because AJ
Yeah.
Dillon can give you some ground and pound, and Saquon can do that, but also the speed, the explosion that he has. So I'm gonna go with Tampa 35-32. Now, Saints at
Yeah. I'm definitely
Panthers.
Carolina.
We all know Champ is rolling with Carolina because he can't stand the mates. We all know that. I can't.
Carolina needs to build off of that win. I would hope they can build off of that Green Bay win. That's a big win. That's a big win. And then you're going up against the Saints. I'm expecting you to run the Saints.
I just want to do that because I just want to I just want to see Shot's ass get pissed off and cry. That's what I want to do. I'm just talking. No, I can't stand. Sometimes Saints fans are kind of annoying. He's the perfect example. Sorry if I sound like the Grinch who stole Christmas, but sometimes he gets on my damn nerves from time to time.
Champ, champ. PSP saw the light about Saints fans. He saw the light. I'm not the only one. Thank you, Jesus.
Although I would love, although I will not stop going to New Orleans just for them
Oh,
good food though.
I've never visited New Orleans, and I would love to one day because it seems like a beautiful place to go. But boy, them Saints fans make me want to choke sometimes. I'm just saying.
They're not well. They're not as bad as Cowboy fans. Cowboys fans are by far the worst, except Mama Champ. Mama Champ has objectivity. I'll give Mama Champ that. Well, thank God she has a beautiful son in Champ to help her out because Lord knows if she doesn't have Champ or Ace, well, I don't know how she would react as a Cowboy fan. So thank God for Champ and Ace to help her out.
She all right as long as that delusion don't get in the system. She good. The Cowboys fans are delusional. Delusional.
They just like us Lakers fans. That's how come I can relate. Every time you look
You know,
around, us late. I'm
you, you
delusional
know we're gonna
now.
we're gonna win it next year, right? Shut up.
I'm delusional now. As a Laker fan, I'm delusional now because 5-2, and we might make it. So there's a chance.
All right, fellas. Next one right here. Jaguars at Texans. And remember, CJ Stroud is ruled out due to concussion protocol.
The board is
Oh, I think,
Your Honor. Right?
yeah, I think, yeah, Jacksonville by default because Jacksonville by default.
Arizona at Seattle.
Ooh, Seattle.
The Seahawks gonna air them out like a Steelers fan.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm telling you, this gonna be like, yeah, they finna. You know what? I'm expecting a good game with the way Arizona's offense has been playing, but Sam Darnold, the JSN connection right now, boy, they own it right now.
I want to see Will Johnson going up against Jackson Smith-Njigba because I want to see how well this defense, who's been playing well a little bit lately, going up against Seattle's offense. So that's going to be intriguing to me.
Oh, quick update. Quick update. The football game just ended 10-7. Denver Broncos get the dub, but 10-7. Ooh, this was an ugly game.
And they was knocking the hell out of Geno Smith. He was grimacing out there.
Mm-hmm. Rams at 49ers. Los Angeles is a 4.5-point favorite.
LA.
If the season ended today, Matthew Stafford, my preseason MVP pick, I
Yes.
think would get the award if the season ended right now. 67% completion percentage, 2,147 yards, 21 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. Shout out to Matthew Stafford. LA Rams is winning this game.
Mm-hmm.
Bang bang, 900 gang. I got the Niners. All right, next one. Obviously, Lions at Commanders. Boards unanimous Lions. So we ain't going there. What,
Snoop
you want me to
Lion.
be honest? You
Yeah, I
want me to
mean,
be
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Snoop Lion.
yeah. Marcus Mariota presents no threat to
we,
the
we,
Detroit Lions, just none at all.
we want me to be drunk? You want me to act like J.R. Smith? Nah, I'm gonna go with the Lions.
Not J.R. Smith.
No, 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 no. Don't have a henny over everything moment. Don't do that.
All right. Sunday night, Steelers at Chargers.
San Diego Superchargers.
This is this is low key one of the best games on the slate. To be honest with you, this is low key one of the better games on the slate. Uh, with that being said, yeah, I'm gonna take the Chargers too.
And Monday Night Football, Eagles at Packers. Green Bay is a 1.5 point favorite. I'll probably go with Eagles. They're coming off a bye week. We can talk about Matthew Stafford MVP, but we got to throw in Jalen Hurts for the MVP as well
Oh, facts.
because regardless of the circumstances that Jalen Hurts has been dealing with, still in all they're 6-2. And Tucker Craft, he's out for the season with the torn ACL. How is Michael Parsons going to get after the Eagles? And look, people are complaining about the tush push. And so far lately, champ, I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with the tush push, but lately the complaints have been fair because there have been times them false starts. And of course,
Yes.
that play against the Giants, that was a fumble.
Yep. There's a lot of things going wrong. They got to be a lot more careful with this. You don't want to become the Kansas City Chiefs of the tush push. You know,
Which is why
we
the
all know
NFL
the
moving
ref.
forward, they're going to have to do something with the tush push in terms of how it's operated. Do I think the play should be banned? No. But moving forward, they have to do a better job looking at the play, figuring out what they have to do differently. But I have the Eagles win this one. They're coming off the bye. They brought in, of course, the trades with Jair Alexander, Jalen Phillips. Brendan Graham is coming back to the team. So I like Philadelphia to at least win this one. I go Eagles 27, Packers 19.
Eagles.
I got the Eagles. I got the Eagles too. They look like they starting to get in the rhythm before that bye week. Yeah, and then you bring in Jalen Phillips. I'm telling bro, Jalen Phillips is a beast. And adding him to that front with Zach Vaughn and Nolan Smith, that pass rush is gonna be so scary. Oh
And with
man,
Jalen
I
Carter.
feel yeah. Oh, I'm telling you, man. They were starting to get a rhythm, and then you add him to that pass rush, man. Yeah,
Well,
what the
Howie
Eagles
Roseman.
about like I was
Howie
talking about earlier.
Roseman.
The Eagles about to hit. Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, like when we were saying like the Eagles were coaching, and I said around November, December they're gonna hit this little hot stretch, and they about to roll. I think they about to hit that hot stretch.
I think
Howie
Howie
Roseman.
Roseman. I tried to tell y'all about
Howie
Howie
Roseman
Roseman.
is the Sam Presti of the NFL. Howie Roseman is the Sam Presti of the NFL. And there's a lot of great comparison between them and the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're both teams that are trying to go back to back, and they're off to one hell of a start. There's been some tweaks here and there that they had to switch up, and there's still a lot of things that need to be addressed in that system as far as AJ Brown. But as far as Howard Roseman, there's a lot of similarities to him and Sam Presti in Oklahoma City and Philadelphia. They're both going for the repeat at this point, and they are not shy about making the big move in order to bring players into that organization. So
I
think
was
of
also
how
going to
it
say
works.
RC Buford.
Yes, RC Buford.
So yeah, Sam Presti, that's a hell of an analogy, man. But I told you, Howie Roseman, I said BRF, he's the best GM because somehow, some way, he makes moves out of nowhere. And just with the trade deadline, Jalen Phillips, you bring Jair Alexander to Philadelphia, although he's not what he was in Green Bay. But Eagles, they need depth. And they feel like they still have a chance to compete for another Super Bowl. Might as well try to capitalize it. And look, until
Nah, what I was just gonna say was Jair Alexander hasn't been good all year. Don't be surprised if it's the Philadelphia Eagles that gets good football out of Jair Alexander for the rest of the season.
well, we gotta wait and see how he plays. Hopefully with Philly, and hopefully with Brandon Graham also coming back as well too. I don't expect Brandon Graham to be that well physically because we don't know what type of shape or condition. Yeah, he may look good compared to the ordinary person, but that ain't football. You gotta be able to play football as well. But mentally, leadership wise, he'll be just fine. All right, fellas, for our topic, babyface heel. Now, for babyface heel in wrestling terminology, babyface is a good guy, heel is a bad guy, and tweener is someone in between. So I came up with a list of athletes and celebrities. BRF, you will go first on this one.
All
I
right.
thought about him. I may be kicked out of MSG, but I don't care. James Dolan, unequivocal
Oh gosh.
heel. Oh,
I mean, easy heel, bro.
I mean,
Easy.
let's not forget, for those who may not know, the Anuka Brown Sanders. That's a far more serious situation. That was a woman who used to work for Madison Square Garden, who accused Isaiah Thomas, the two-time NBA champion of the bad boy Detroit Pistons, while he was working with the New York Knicks, of sexual harassment. Dolan fired her improperly, claiming that it was her incompetence that led to her termination. Ultimately, they had a trial, and Thomas was found liable of harassment. Dolan awarded Anuka Brown Sanders $11.5 million. He still claims to this day that the jury got it wrong. Just go back in an article that the great Ian O'Connor wrote back in 2018. But to make things even worse, he brings back Isaiah Thomas to be a part of the New York Liberty, the WNBA team, after he was found liable of harassment. So, what the hell going on in Miami? And then, of course, him kicking, banning fans from the Garden. Obviously, the whole Charles Oakley situation, that was a horrendous look. The letter he wrote to that lifelong Knicks fan, calling the Knicks fan miserable, insinuating that the Knicks fan was an alcoholic. And the only reason why Dolan brought that up, because for those who may not know, James Dolan, God bless him, he has overcome battles of substance abuse. He went to a rehab clinic back in 1993. And of course, all the things that have transpired under the New York Knicks. Still to this day, they haven't had a marquee free agent. The closest thing they had was Amari Stoudemire, and that was overshadowed because of LeBron, D Wade, Bosch back in 2010. The Allen Houston deal, the $100 million contract, that was a bad move on the part of James Dolan. Him kicking out Marv Albert. Remember, Marv Albert used to be the commentator for the New York Knicks until Mike Breen. Why? Because Marv Albert had constructive criticism of James Dolan and the Knicks. And then let's not forget his music, in which one song in particular I should have known. And that was regarding all the things that transpired under his old friend Harvey Weinstein. And we all know what Harvey Weinstein was accused of. So
Absolutely.
unequivocal heel.
Yeah, it's a heel. I don't think we need to go any further with that. Just being real. That's just
A
what it is.
heel, and he sucked as an owner at that. You're not one of these cool heels that we respect because you did your job real. You were a heel and you sucked.
And the only reason why he got the job because his father, he inherited the business from his father. His father handed him the business.
Damn. I need to hurry up and get rich so I can pass my kids down some shit. So they I'm just being real.
Mm.
George Bush, remember George Bush? Remember George Bush used to own the damn Houston used to own the damn
The
Texas
Texas
Rangers.
Ranger.
Yeah. Just terrible damn owners. They can't get shit right. They just little nepo babies and they just go in, they fuck shit up and they move on, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, Eddie
Yeah,
DeBarlo,
yeah,
he did good. Eddie DeBarlo did good. He was one of the Nepos that did pretty good. Him and Jim Mercer. The rest of them guys, how the hell you should have had to pay for that? They should have made you pay for that franchise. Damn.
And,
I'm
and
telling
look,
you.
even though the New York Knicks, they're doing well, they're obviously living up to the expectations, but one cannot argue or dispute. If James Dolan were no longer the owner of the New York Knicks, things would be a lot better for New York. And I don't think anyone would argue or dispute that given the fact that he is one of the worst owners in sports. He's the NBA version of Dan Snyder, given all the on the court issues, and let's not forget off the court issues, especially with the one with Anuka Brown Sanders, now Anuka Brown.
Yeah. A lot of
Mhm.
a lot of nonsense. More
But
nonsense than it is talent. But yeah.
and Champ, just go back and watch that interview he did with the great Brian Gumbel. Dolan admitted that he could have settled early in the Anuka Brown Sanders case, but he refused to do that because he felt that would be an admission of guilt.
Again, no talent, no guts, no nothing. You just oh whatever it is. You just this rich guy that just inherited his team, and you're just lucky because it's in New York. Because the New Yorkers gonna always want to go see their Knicks, no matter how bad they are, and that just goes to show you how big basketball is in New York.
All right, speaking of another New Yorker, 50 Cent. Tweener. He's a tweener. Let's not forget the photo of him trolling Diddy while he was at prison. We all know 50 loves to troll. Well, 50, he's the king of trolling. Of course, the beef between he and Ja Rule, obviously him and the game. My favorite 50 Cent story got to be the one with him and Suge Knight, champ. Remember that story with him and Suge Knight?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, that. I mean, look,
But
hey,
50's a tweener, but he's a cool tweener because even though 50, how the hell you keep coming up with all this shit? But at the same time, you just good at what you do, man. You just good at what you do. You just give us entertainment. You just give us something to laugh at, something to behold. And not only that,
babyface to
let's
me
not forget power. We can't forget
and
power.
BMF.
Yep.
BMF. Black Mafia family. Shout out to Atlanta. You know, originated from Atlanta. Big Meech, Southwest T, Bull, Blue Da Vinci. A lot of the stuff that happened down here in Atlanta wouldn't happen without BMF, the Black Mafia family. So big ups to them. So big ups to them. Without them, there's no Jeezy, there's no Ti. The Atlantic music scene in 2005 belonged to BMF. A lot of those guys just wasn't signed under BMF. Remember, Blue Da Vinci was one of their main artists. But I gotta put 50 Cent to me is a baby face to me. If you really want me to be honest, if you really want me to be honest, he's a baby face for me
Interesting.
personally. He no because he is a troll and he just don't give a crap what you think about him. He's the villain. He's the perfect villain. The thing is, people always equate 50 being a villain to the Ja Rule beef, and that's not the case. His first introduction to hip hop as a villain was How to Rob. Do y'all remember that song, How to Rob?
Yes,
I do remember that song.
but also
He threw shots
remember,
at everybody.
yeah, yeah. I was gonna say that Jay-Z, Big Pun, DMX.
Yes.
My
And
favorite
remember what
part when
Jay
he
Z
mentioned the
did?
Bobby Brown verse.
Yes. I'm gonna stick Bobby Brown up for some of that Whitney money. So yeah, his trolling started even back then. So, like I stated, he's just the guy that you love to hate. He's pretty much, he's pretty much just it's just the bad guy of this generation. He's the bad guy of hip hop. And that's good. You meet a bad guy. Every generation has its bad guy in hip hop. He just never turned good. Where you remember in the early 90s, the bad guy of hip hop was Ice Cube,
Is he
the
the
guy
Darth
that you
Vader of
love to
rap?
hate. Yeah,
Is 50
the
the
guy
Darth
was
Vader
Ice
rap?
Cube. Yeah,
Okay.
that guy was Ice Cube. Then you transition up into the upper 90s. Then you had Eminem. He was the guy that you love to hate. Then he passed that title right on to 50 Cent. And then for a brief moment, it went to Game because remember, Game used to beef with everybody. So yeah, he's just a bad guy of hip hop that will look. His trolling is so good it makes you laugh. It makes you laugh. It's kind of like the Miz. It's some of the annoying stuff that you ever want to see, and you like, why would you do such a thing? Why? But it's funny that you just cannot ignore it. You just cannot ignore it. Seeing him with Floyd Mayweather and then that turning sour, and then
Not Floyd Mayweather. Oh my God. That was
he said,
elite. That was elite level trolling when he did the Floyd Mayweather boy. I will give you this if you just read this chapter. Oh my, I'm throwing the phone. I closed
if
the
you can
phone
read,
on that. I'm like, oh my
if you can
God.
read,
If you
I
can
would
read
never,
this,
if you can read one page
oh,
of a Harry Potter book,
That was so cold, though.
that
he said
was
if you
so
can
dis.
read
That
one
was
page of a Harry Potter
that's.
book,
I would not take that level of disrespect.
and then look, and then no, it didn't stop there. And really, he said, so I talked to Jimmy Kimmel. It seems like Harry Potter would be a little bit more out of your league. So instead of Harry Potter, we're gonna have you read Cat in the Hat. And then he threw the bucket of ice out again. And then I know, and it didn't stop there. Remember when Floyd Mayweather showed that $100 million check and said, read this, God bless. And I never forget. No. And then 50 came back. He said, I don't know why you showing that check because you know I got money. You know I got money. And you know that check say Golden Boy. That mean you working for Oscar? So it was and we all know there's no love lost between Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd
Floyd
Mayweather. He said, does
Mayweather's
that
like,
mean you working for Oscar? but he's a partner in Golden Boy, by the way. So yeah, but
And
yeah,
his
it was
and his and he's a tweener for me. And like his disc game is like so like one of my favorite lines in like any diss track like was the back down track off of Get Rich or Die Trying where he was really going at Jaw. And it's that one line where he goes, I'm back in the game, shouted to rule and conquer. You sing for hoes and sound like the Cookie Monster. I'm like, bro,
mm,
Jaw just just stop. Ja was like, just stop. And then the Hail Mary 2003 diss track where it was
Busta
him and
Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes. That you want to talk about us? You want to talk about an obituary in a song? That was it. Like my God, that I felt that's one of them times I felt really bad for a man what they were doing to Ja. And then on top of that, a few years ago, when Ja was gonna have that concert and 50 bought all
Oh
the
yeah, the
tickets so
Milwaukee
nobody would
Bucks.
go to the show. Oh, just just like there are trolls and then there's 50 Cent. Like they like the meat meal line. There's levels to this. 50 is the personification of there's levels to this when it comes to troll. Like, oh my God. But I mean, it's like but the crazy thing about it, he's a really good entrepreneur, whether it's the vitamin water or whether it's the video games or like the clothing line and like, the TV show now with, you know, like Power and all that, just like he control because he's a good bit. It's because he's a good businessman, and it's one of those like he can back up whatever he says or when he comes at somebody because it's like, hey, I got the track record behind me. I do this. I get at people because at the end of the day, he feels like honestly you can't match him in certain aspects of life, so he goes at people like that. But yeah, but he's a tweener because sometimes you see some of his stuff and you're like, I don't know if I want to laugh or if I want to be mad about it. So it's just like you stay out of it at the end of the day. But just some of the things he's done to other people when he's beef with them was just like you just say damn. That's all you can say at the end of the day is just damn.
All right, y'all. One last one. Russell Westbrook. I will say babyface. Um, I understand how some people may feel about Russell Westbrook being too difficult, sometimes very reckless as a basketball player, but I say babyface because effort, hard work. He plays with rage. He plays with so much passion and energy. I mean, the first since Oscar to average a triple double. I mean, just look at the press. Just look at the statement he made when he won the league MVP, and he's still playing well, coming off a triple double against the Golden State Warriors, and they won. Um, Most athletic point guard I ever saw in my life outside of a healthy Derrick Rose. I mean, he's superhuman at 6'3", 6'4", buck 90, 200-ish pounds, plays with so much motor and doesn't care. He is going to go at you at all times. So I say babyface with Russell Westbrook. And also off the court, no off the court issues. Great family man, great dude. Only negative thing you could say with Russell Westbrook, same thing with Cam Newton, is his outfits. Outside of that, there's nothing really much to say anything bad about Russell Westbrook. So I'll lean towards babyface.
Yeah, I mean,
That man does have some interesting fits.
yeah, the Mary Poppins outfits. I don't know what that. Some of them Captain Crunch suits he be wearing. I don't know what that about. But
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
but I say babyface because he personifies everything you want in an athlete. I'm gonna go out here and I'm gonna play hard every single night. I'm gonna play hard every single night. There's not gonna be a wasted movement on this floor. I'm going to make every single last effort. I can't name you. People talk about load management. I can't tell you the last time that Russell Westbrook has been on load management. I can't tell you that in his career that he's been on load management. And the thing is, when you think about OKC, there was many arguments. People always say KD was the best player on that team. There was a lot of arguments of rather he was and whether Russell Westbrook was. And it seems like the minute after um, KD left, he proved that, hey, I'm still the man here. And he was able to average a triple double and win the MVP the very next year. So, and then average a triple double 3 years in a row. 3 years in a row. So he played hard. The things that we love about Jordan, we should embrace about Westbrook. He plays hard. He's gonna go, and people are gonna maybe talk about, well, he's so sensitive about Westbrook. Guess what, man? Hey, that's merely a flash in the pan. But let's not forget about how he rallied around the Oklahoma City community once that tornado happened. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget it. Because
he also did a documentary. Remember, Champ, he was involved in the documentary about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Remember how black businesses that transpired in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then ultimately what happened?
Yeah, Black Wall Street. It was the original Black Wall Street.
Mhm.
So, yeah. So everything that we love about Jordan, Russell Westbrook personifies that. I wish he would have gone to the next level in his game as far as being a better three-point shooter. But let's just be real. Everybody, that type of basketball was once in a lifetime. It was once in a lifetime. We will never see, I don't think we'll ever see a period of time where basketball is played from the outside in and not the inside out. That was a brief moment in time in the NBA, and you see where it is now. It's back to that time again. It's back to another time again where the game is being played more inside out rather than outside in. So I know people are going to give him credit. Well, he wasn't a great 3-point shooter. Okay. It's difficult to be a great 3-point shooter when you're being compared to the two best shooters of all time, that being Megan Thee Stallion's boyfriend and Steph Curry.
What's wrong with you?
So, yeah, it's kind
of. Are you that obsessed with Megan Thee Stallion?
Hey man, look, I told you, man. Look, Clay, I'm jealous, man. I'm real jealous. I should have kept boxing.
Why aren't you too busy in MAGA Thee Stallion and Nikita Lyons for all I care?
Wait a minute, man. Look, man. If it comes to the chocolate when it comes to the chocolate or the honey, I'm going to the chocolate every time. I'm just gonna be real. But let's just be real. But yeah, I should have listened to my guy Brett Roberts when he told me to keep boxing. Maybe I would have had a chance right about now. But yeah. But when you're thinking about comparing him to those two, and you can't compare, everybody's not going to be a great 3-point shooter. I mean, they're just not. Some guys are just meant to be explosive now. And he evolved his game as best he could. He tried to evolve. He tried to get himself together. He wasn't the Ben Simmons of everything. He tried to get himself together. And when he couldn't, he stuck to his strengths. And sometimes that's the thing that you can do. Stick to your strength.
One thing about him, he has no conscience. He's not afraid of the moment. The only thing you could say about Westbrook, Champ, is year 4 when they went to the finals. Magic Johnson said that was the worst point guard performance he ever saw by a point guard. But look, Russell Westbrook on the court, too many turnovers, too many mistakes, but exciting to watch. I mean, he was kind of like, I was going to say, Champ, he was kind of like, in some ways, like Allen Iverson in terms of heart, competitor. Now, obviously, Westbrook is a bigger athlete than Iverson, more explosive, more athletic than Iverson. But I'm talking about in terms of mentality, killer instinct. That was the thing that separated with Russell Westbrook. And look, he ain't going to be your friend. He's as ruthless as it comes. Although it is kind of interesting to see Champ in this outfit.
What the fuck? What the hell is that? Did he get that out the dumpster?
No, this is years ago when he was in OKC.
Ooh, shit, that ugly hell. Damn.
You want to wear that outfit?
No, I'm straight on that. Hell no. You want to see all my blubber and flab sticking out that shit? No, hell no. Hell no.
I'm sure the ladies would love it. They need a big woman. They need a big man come winter time.
Look like you just pulled that shit, pulled some ants on that damn shirt, and they just bit on it, and you just put it in the washing machine. Hey, you remember you used to go into the old ass apartments, and in a bad part of town, right? And they had a white T-shirt, and it looked like you knew the gnats and the moths had been biting biting everything.
Oh yeah.
And then some dumb guy just threw it in the damn washing machine and washed it and then wore it. You know what that looked like? That is ugly as hell. Don't you ever put that on. That ain't. Hey, look, man. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Well, some of you star athletes out here, and for some of you guys who regular guys too, who go to work just like each and every one of us. Just because the shit is expensive, that doesn't mean it looks good.
Facts.
Just like with the ladies, just because you're half naked, that don't mean you're sexy. Let's just keep it all the way a buck. So just because it's expensive, man, this called $5,000. Yeah, but it's still ugly as hell. It's ugly as sin. So yeah, that is ugly. Not like them stunner shades he had on. That was good, but you can't have, look like you've been fighting with Bruce Lee. No.
BRF.
Not like you were fighting with Bruce Lee. I'm done. But oh gosh, Russell Westbrook for me is a babyface too, because like you never really heard his teammates talking bad about him, as far as like you didn't really get that much as far as him being a malcontent, being a bad teammate. It's like he went to war. Like that was just his persona. That's just what he did. That was his personality. That was his mentality. So like he played. I mean, he played the game hard. He gave it to you every minute for going out there 48 minutes every night. And he's still doing it. Like yeah, like I mean, come on, yeah. That I'm trying. What was it? Yeah, he had like yeah that triple double last night was almost kind of vintage. Going up against Golden State like that, just that's Russell Westbrook in a nutshell. That's last night is pretty much like if we could show you one game to show you how Russell Westbrook was at his peak, last night was it in terms of just dictating the tempo, attacking the rim, still giving you decent defense, being able to rebound. He might be the greatest rebounding guard we've ever seen. He really just might be the greatest, because I think he kind of said that in an interview,
He said
like
that
himself.
last night. He said
Yeah, he
that
said it last night. He said, "I think I'm the greatest rebounding guard ever." Who's to argue that? Who's really to argue that? You can't argue that. Like y'all said, man, 3 years in a row, this man was like triple double guard. Like, I mean, it's kind of you can't really argue that statement. But just like he's like being involved, he's always involved with the community. Like y'all brought up the Black Wall Street documentary. Like he's just got it like that. Like he got his head on right, and like that MVP speech where he won it, where he shouted out his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you could just feel how genuine he was and how much he really loved his brother and how much he was grateful for him being there for him, and just like you could just tell Russell Westbrook has his head has everything in the right place. Like he's got his head on tight. He's got his head on right. And it showed that not only in life but on the court, and just Russell Westbrook. The only thing with Russell Westbrook is one of those teammates to where it's like if you went up against him, you couldn't stand him. But boy, you go to war with him if he was on your team. And he's just one of those. And for me, that's like the perfect that's like the quintessential teammate. It's like, like the Draymond Greens of the world and stuff like that. The ones you can't stand when you see him on the opposite end, but when you on the same team with him, it's like you got it made because he's gonna have your back. And Russell Westbrook is made like that. But yeah, for me, Russell Westbrook is a babyface. The only thing I hate with Russ is that he hasn't won a championship yet. I think that's really like the one big piece on his resume that's missing is the fact that he doesn't have a ring yet. I would love to see him get one. I mean, maybe at the trade deadline, depending on how good the Sacramento Kings are doing, maybe a contender will come in and be like, "Hey, we want to give you a shot." You know what I'm saying? I have a team in mind in case they're in contention mid-season that could probably give Russell Westbrook a call. Atlanta. especially with Trae Young having injury issues, Russell Westbrook would be perfect for that squad, or any contender for that matter. I would love to see a contender give him a shot at the trade deadline if the Sacramento Kings are just like out of it come playoff, come mid-season All-Star break. They're gonna have they got a lot of pieces that they could make available at the trade deadline if they're like out of it. Like you got Sabonis, you got Levine, you got DeRozan, you got Schroeder. There's going to be a lot of available pieces, and I would love to see Russell Westbrook get a shot with somebody if the Sacramento Kings are out of it. He deserves one real run at a championship.
Again, I don't know if Champ could rock this outfit.
What that is? Blue Jean Dashiki? What the hell that is? What the hell is that? Is that a blue? That's a Blue Jean Dashiki? What the hell? Is you finna go play basketball or meet with Nelson? Is he finna go play basketball or meet with Nelson Mandela?
Oh no! I mean, we can get something for Champ at his size. We can get him that same exact outfit.
Boy,
I'll stick with the black t-shirts and the black slacks.
There you go. There you go. Keep it simple. There you go.
What if they paid you?
They can't pay me enough to put that ugly shit on.
20 million? 20 million?
Huh?
20 million?
No, I'm not. No, I ain't putting that on. That is a Blue Jean Dashiki. I don't know what the hell that is. That's something.
I'll wear it.
I don't know what they.
I'll wear it. I'll wear it.
You got to look for that type of thing, man. No funny business, but you got to look for that kind of thing. I'm 300 pounds. That shit is not gonna look right on me. Now, if you would have caught me like 10 years ago, maybe, but no. I'm not gonna put that damn that Nelson Mandela special on. Hell no. Look like them damn moths just been eating on it. That he steal that from Janet Jackson?
That's because she showed her titties out in the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean it's Janet Jackson.
They was nice, by the way. I'm just gonna be real.
Oh yeah, you couldn't. Yeah, some of them outfits Russell Westbrook wore like at his peak, boy. You couldn't. Yeah, I'm with you. You couldn't pay me enough to wear some of them things. Like, good God, boy, it's like it's like he woke up some mornings and like he just didn't care. I'm like, yep, I'm wearing this today, and he go out and you see him walking like they do the cuts in the back, in the arena, they showing off the fits, and you see Russell Westbrook, and it's just like
this Dennis Rodman outfit y'all could wear. Y'all would probably say hell
no, nope,
hell no,
nope. I don't care who Dennis Rodman dated in his peak. Hell no, I ain't wearing some of that stuff he wore. Nope.
In the great words of Chris Rock, take off that silly ass hat.
Exactly. Facts.
All right, last one. Unfortunately, we didn't have a wrestling one, but we'll do that next week on the show. I apologize. Favorite Trey Songz track? Of course, there's I Invented Sex. Neighbors Know My Name. Can't Help But Wait. That's a good one. Him and Nicki Minaj. That's another good track. I forgot the name of the track.
Bottoms Up.
Bottoms Up. Him and Chris Brown. I mean, what's sad though? Him and Chris Brown, they're from Virginia. If you really wanted R&B, we should really hear Trey Songz Chris Brown collaborative album. Can you imagine how good that would be to have those two brothers from Virginia to make a collaborative R&B album?
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to worry about Chris Brown really just being the super standout, being the ultimate superstar that he is. You got to worry about him kind of overshadowing Trey at a certain point. That's why I believe that they didn't make one. I believe when he brought him on stage, when they was on stage together at one of his concerts, The fact that he had to bring him back on stage because the fans, they acknowledged him, but then they acknowledged him in a way that Chris Brown, I believe, I don't believe it'll have the effect like Levert, when Gerald Levert and Johnny Gill teamed up, or another one, a Tyrese or Tank Genuine. I don't think it'll have that effect. I believe that Chris Brown is too big of a superstar to do that big of a collaborative album. If you're going to do a collaborative album, you have to have somebody at least on your level.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yes, when Jay-Z and R. Kelly did their album, they were pretty much
because
on
they were at the top of their games. R. Kelly and the R&B.
They were on the icon type of level. When 21 and Drake did their album, they were on the same type of level as far as music was concerned.
But fella, Chris Brown did an collaborative album with Tyga.
Yeah, but that was a while ago. I'm talking about.
Are you talking about now? But if you're talking about now, I'm talking about at their prime, when Trey Songz was at his prime, and Chris Brown is at his prime.
That would have been the best time to do a collaborative album when they were both.
If you're talking about the context of now, no. But back then, when Trey Songz during the 2009, 2010, 2011, and even when Chris Brown put out Fame, if that was a time for them to collaborate, that would have been the time.
In fact.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's my turn?
Yeah. Whatever song you want to put out. The Say I.
Oh, man, look. Oh, Love Faces.
Smiley face.
Look, Love Faces.
Oh, okay.
So, Making Love Faces. That was one of my favorite songs to be singing in the club back then. So Love Faces was real good. Ladies in the Drinks.
Mm-hmm.
I came here for the ladies in the drinks. Look, Trey Songz was back during my heyday, so I loved. Don't forget Dive In.
Yeah.
Dive In. So, boy, have I got stories about that song. That is I love that song. So. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm just gonna put it out there. I used to get girls lap dances to that song at the club, bro. I'm not gonna even hold you. I'm not gonna even hold you. So,
your big ass doing dances and shit.
Look, I was a size 32 10 years ago, and I had a 6-pack. So, and I had arms, and I had Hulk Hogan on. So yeah. I get away with that back then, not so much now. But yeah,
so what? Back then, you mean to tell me Undisputed World Champ was a late night stripper?
Hell yeah, I was giving girls lap dances all the damn time in the club. Shit, they used to love that shit. Girls used to love that shit back then.
Oh God, boy.
Hey, look, we'll sit them down in that chair. Yeah.
Boy.
Time. Look, hey man. Sometimes you have to become the Janet Jackson. You know what I'm saying?
I did not know Undisputed World Champ had a Cardi B side. I did not know he had that type of side.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Back then, I could get away with shit like that. But yeah, man, we used to sit girls down when that song used to come on, or either Dive In. We sit their ass down in the middle of the club in that chair, and we used to see who could give the ladies the best lap dance. Man, I'm just gonna be real. And they used to eat that shit up, bro. So I mean, I can't tell you how many times. But one night I got 10 numbers off that one damn lap dance I gave that girl. So I had a
well, you can't. Well, I mean, regardless of how crazy it sounds, you can't hate on success.
I'm just being real. I got like 10 numbers off that for who you is. I'm like, I ain't gonna say my homeboy's name. You know who you is, because we used to do that shit all the time. In fact, we used to do this shit all the time at the end of the night. Because at the end of the night in the club, they try to slow it down. So yeah, we used to put their ass in one of them little chairs, and they'll sit there. They be smiling, all giggling and stuff like that. And let's sit there and give them a lap dance to that damn song, man. So we'll sit there. Yeah, that was it was epic.
I'm looking at PSP face, bro.
no, but look, man.
Seems
Look, I had a
seems
wild
like to
look.
me you've been seems like to me you've been doing that Magic Mike type of stuff. That the movie
Hey,
was
bro,
starting
look, man. I'm
changing.
gonna just be real, man. If it attracts the ladies, bring it on, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be real. So look, hey, if it's one of them people, I'm just being real. We used to do that shit. You know,
Can't
back
hate
then
on
they
it.
still had dance flow, so we used to sit them in that chair. We used to give them, yeah, they used to love it too, bro. They would sit there and eat that shit up. So like I said, I know I got like 10 doubles off that one night. That shit was crazy.
Hey, can't hate on. I can't hate on the brother's success in that situation. So I can't. Hey, if it works, it works. So I can't hate.
Yeah, if
I
it
can't
works, it
hate.
works. I mean, it just did. Oh yeah, successful. You
Yes.
know, successful. Him and
Hmm.
Drake, Jupiter Love. You know what I'm saying? So I wish much like PSP, man. I wish I didn't have to cut my damn hair low like that. I wish I could have had the Trey Songz braids back in the heyday, bro. But I didn't. I couldn't have the Samson type hair going on like you and Trey Songz did. But I wish I did, bro. Them
For the
braids was
life of
fire.
me, I wonder how undisputed world champ would be if he had Allen Iverson braids.
Hey man, back in my heyday, I probably would have pulled it off. These days, I ain't look. These days, look, man, I want to look like AI. I want to look like 8 Ball. You know what I'm saying? So
Or
that's just how it
MJG.
is. Yeah, MJG. He won't be, I ain't want to be around here looking like that. But yeah, that's the only reason I never grew out my hair. But yeah, man, love faces, ladies in the drinks, love. I mean, fumble.
Hmm.
Got stories about that. All the Trey Songz songs, I got a story about it. So yeah, it'll take me all day to give you a lot of stories times about Trey Songz song. But the funny thing about fumble, girls used to always say you fumbled. No, you're an incomplete pass. So they used to call it incomplete
BRF.
pass.
Oh man, oh man. How do I follow that? Um, but nah. Yeah. I'm glad somebody said fumble. I love fumble. That was a great song. Heart attack.
Yes.
Say I. Well, okay. He had two with Nicki Minaj because he had bottoms up and then he also had touching, loving. He had
Yes.
that song with her too.
Oh
Um,
nah 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 nah.
yes,
Yeah.
that was a really good one. Um, well, yeah, I mean, Champ said "Love Faces," of course. I mean, that was one of his biggest songs. That's one of the best songs I felt like he did. So definitely that one. Can't help but wait. Neighbors know my name. Uh, gotta
Don't
go,
forget, don't forget
gotta
about Panama.
go. Um, sh- um, gosh, I'm trying to think. Gosh, what was name? I'm trying to remember what was the name of the very first single that he put out that went big. The very first song. I can't remember the name of the
Just gotta
song.
make it. Just gotta make it.
Just gotta
Just gotta
make
make
it.
it.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
just gotta make
yeah.
it.
Like you could like that first song right there when it came out. You knew he was about to take off as good as that song was. So that was another one. Um, Mr. Steal Your Girl. I
Mhm.
love that song. I love Mr. Steal Your Girl. Um, shoot, yeah. Honestly, that's just some that's just a few of them. I mean, he had a lot. He had a lot of really good records. I mean, you just hated you hated he had the fall off he did because he had a lot of really good songs. You just hated that it's almost like he kind of like fell off the grid. He just disappeared, like and just like nothing. He had his run, all those really good songs, and then just poof, and that was it. So it's like sometimes I guess that's just how it is right now. But yeah, shout out to Trey Songz. But yeah, I'm with PSP. Like if if it was like peak Trey Songz, like around
Oh
I'm trying to think
nine, 10, 11.
like yeah, like the if this was like peak. when he put the Say Ah song out with Chris Brown, when he did the Fame album, like yeah, that would have been like that collab album would have fed families had they done it then. But yeah, that's kind of one of those like you kind of have to say it was a missed opportunity.
Well, Champ has a better chance of growing them braids. Just keep on using that gel or whatever it is that you're using. But
Oh, stay soft. Stay soft.
yes. But also him, Chris Brown. Remember when they were in August Alsina's remix? I love it. I love their verses.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So definitely with that one. But fellas, that concludes the rest of the Sports PSP pod. Man, we had a lot to talk about for about 4 hours.